removal from office by impeachment of His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua, AGH, the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, on 11 grounds. The upholding by the Senate of 5 impeachment charges out of those set out in the special motion therefore concludes the consideration of the process as provided in Article 145 of the Constitution. The House is accordingly informed. Honorable members, in furtherance to this, there is a message that is being prepared to be delivered in the next few minutes. Honorable members, the second communication is on the appointment of members to a mediation committee of the Division of Revenue Amendment Bill. Honorable members, as you are aware, on Wednesday, 16th October 2024, the House rejected the motion on consideration of the Senate amendments to the Division of Revenue Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 38 of 2024. This decision essentially committed the bill to a mediation committee in accordance with the provisions of Article 112 of the Constitution and Standing Order 149. Honorable members, Article 113 of the Constitution requires that wherever a bill is referred to a mediation committee, the speakers of the Houses of Parliament shall appoint an equal number of members from both houses to attempt to develop a version of the bill for consideration by Houses of Parliament. In this regard, honorable members, having consulted with the leader of the majority party and the leader of the minority party, I have appointed the following members to represent the National Assembly in the Mediation Committee on the Division of Revenue Amendment Bill 2024. 1, Honorable Ndindi Nyoro, CBS MP, Honorable Mary Emase MP, the Honorable Dr. Johnny Chikati MP, the Honorable David Ocheng, CBS MP, the Honorable David Kiplagat MP, the Honorable Dr. Otienda Molo, Senior Counsel MP, the Honorable Fatuma Jeho MP, the Honorable Dr. Makali Mul MP, and the Honorable Dr. Ojambo Oundo MP. Honorable members, the aforementioned members will await the appointment of senators to the mediation committee for the committee to be fully constituted for purposes of commencing the mediation process. Once I receive a message from the Senate to that effect, I'll convey the same to the House. Thereafter, the mediation committee will embark on an attempt to develop a version of the bill for consideration by the Houses of Parliament in accordance with Article 113 of the Constitution. The House is accordingly guided. Thank you. Yes, Honorable Bokose.
Honorable Speaker, Article 149 of the Constitution provides that within 14 days after a vacancy in the office of the Deputy President arises, the President shall nominate a person to fill the vacancy, and the National Assembly shall vote on the nomination within 60 days after receiving it. Honorable Speaker, recently in passing the special motion for impeachment of the Deputy President, you guided us that we required at least 233 of us, being two-thirds of the members of this House,
Order, Honorable Bokose.
to pass this motion.
And you jumping the gun?
No, I'm just seeking your guidance, Honorable Speaker,
Okay,
whether we need the same threshold in this case.
Okay, go on.
So, Honorable Speaker, is the same voting threshold applicable in this case? I seek your guidance following your communication from the Senate.
You are still jumping the gun.
Okay.
We have a communication from the Senate which requires no comment.
Okay.
When I give the next message, that is when you will be able to seek that clarification.
Thank you. You are guided.
Hold your horses. Next. But if you have no horse, hold your mule. Hold your mule.
Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers. Yes. Order number 6, notices of motion. Order number 7, questions and statements.
Yes, Honorable Wamboka.
Honorable Speaker, yesterday you guided that today morning the chairman of Education Committee was supposed to bring a response with regard to opening of Moi University. Kindly, I seek your indulgence, Honorable Chair, so that...
Which chair?
The chair, Meli.
Yes.
So, Honorable Speaker, I seek your indulgence so that we can have that university opened. Thank you.
Honorable members, that 2 chairmen are directed to bring preliminary statements this morning. Honorable Meli on Moi University, and I think Raso, did I also direct you to bring something? Let's start with Meli.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I stand here to respond to your direction yesterday that indeed Moi University is in a crisis, and as I submitted the statement from Honorable Wamboka on the issue of the university. However, Mr. Speaker, I received a response which is very inadequate, and it could not address the issues that Honorable Wamboka and this House demanded from the Ministry of Education, and more importantly from the PS. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, it would not be good that I redirected again that all the salient issues that were raised in the statement be addressed, because it was such a generality that it could not address those particular issues. So I decided not to read that particular statement, and I took it back to the ministry. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Yeah. Is it on the same issue?
Yes, I wanted to...
Go ahead.
Yes. Mr. Speaker, the issue of Moi University is a very serious issue, and especially destroying the lives of our professionals and our professors who have done a great job in going to school to be able to teach our children. Mr. Speaker, we want the ministry to take seriously this matter, because taking it lightly, and yet we are talking about the lives of people who are working there. They have lost their pensions, they don't have an increment of salaries, and they have been put on CRB. Almost all lecturers who took loans, the university is not paying. So we need that thing resolved as soon as possible, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Cases. Yes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I rise knowing that Keses constituency is where Moi University is situated. And as we seek the information through the Chair of Education, I wish to reiterate an issue that has not been talked about for quite some time, that Moi University, being the only second university in the Republic of Kenya, has facilitated establishment of more than 9 other universities, fully pledged universities. And in the process of establishing, most of the resources then that were earmarked for Moi University or were generated under IGU, especially during the parallel self-sponsored program, were utilized to establish these universities. And no discussion since then have been brought forward to ensure that Moi University is compensated back to where it was before. And I want to raise this one, that the committee, as they are looking at, they should also be able to tell us how much resources were channeled out or were siphoned out to establish the other universities, and no discussion has been discussed to ensure that Moi University is reinstated back to where it was.
Order, Meli, you are out of order. A university opening another campus elsewhere does not amount to siphoning money. It's expansion, and it's a program that grows education. How does that become siphoning money?
Thank you. Maybe, okay, I withdraw that statement. But
Yes.
still, The point here, Mr. Speaker, is that the Committee on Education should be able to come up and inform this Honorable House what shall then be done.
I know for a fact
Yes.
that Moi University produced Kakamega Most University. That Most then produced Kibabi. That has nothing to do with siphoning money at all. Yes, Ocheng? Yes. Ocheng?
The Honorable Speaker, the issue of Moi University is already happening, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, that the university is closed and there's no urgency, there is no effort towards reopening it immediately, Mr. Speaker, it's a scandal. Mr. Speaker, as the ministry and as the committee concerned brings a proper statement to this House, Mr. Speaker, could they tell us the root cause? If it is tribalism, let us be told so that that is sorted out. If it is electricity, if it's bad management, let us be told that that is sorted out. If we will not run that university if you don't get to the root cause of the problem, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's such a deep rot that any assuaging or any boil lancing will not help. Let's get to the root of the matter, Mr. Speaker. Let the committee dive into this matter and deal with it squarely. But as when they are teaching, Mr. Speaker, could we get a date, a definite date, when the children, the students will go back to school, Mr. Speaker? Thank you.
Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for allowing me to be able to speak on this point. The issue of Moi University is very simple and it's in public knowledge. Moi University was one university. Then what it did is it took loans and invested in building a satellite university, which is now Eldoret University. It also built Maseno. It also built another one in Karatina. It also and other places. So what happened is they put in their resources into those universities. Then unfortunately for them, those universities received charters and became independent and went with their money. And therefore they were left with no resources at all. Then what happened is that those universities, once they received their own charters, they decided to hire their own human resources and sent back all the employees back to Moi University. So Moi University now is left with human resource glut that is full over there. They also have debts that they are not able to pay. And so the only way to save Moi University is for the National Treasury to agree to put in resources, pay off the debts, and recapitate Moi University. Another challenge with Moi University is it has a capacity of 14,000 students. But at the moment, under the COOPS program, they only get 5,000 students. With 5,000 students, they are not capable of being able to run, even to break even. They need a minimum of 10,000 students to be able to receive sufficient resources to be able to run the university. So we need to just look at it pragmatically and decide that money has to be put into Moi University for it to come back on its feet. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Is that Nabi? Nabi Nabwera?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have 4 points to make on Moi University. And I'm making this point as an alumni of Moi University. Point number 1, yes, of Moi University. Number 1, Mr. Speaker, unless we address the governance issues in Moi University, we are lying to ourselves. The issue about Moi University is governance. Number 2, Mr. Speaker, it is very disheartening that Moi University, with more than 3,000 hectares of land, which one of us in here has taken over and is stealing that land without paying Moi University. Truth be told. Number 3, the assets of Moi University.
Order, Nabi Nabwera. That general statement casts aspersions. Take your seat. Casts aspersions on the entire House. When you say one of us in this House, order members. Order. Rindikiri, take your seat. When you say one of us in this House is tilling 3,000 acres of Moi University, one of us includes the speaker. I am not doing any such thing. Yes. I'm doing no such thing. So you must be responsible for what you are saying. If you have no facts, that statement will be struck off from the Hansard.
Mr. Speaker,
Yes.
I promise to come with evidence, then I will name the person.
When will you bring the evidence?
2 weeks.
On the first
Today
day of
the party will have the document.
On the first day of resumption after the short
Mr.
recess,
Mr.
you
Speaker,
must bring evidence to the House.
yes, I will.
Go on.
I undertake. The third point, Mr. Speaker, on the issue of students' capacity of Moi University. It has something to do with how well the university is run. There is nothing KUSP can do if the students know Moi University is poorly run, they will not apply to go to that university. They cannot be forced to go to a university which is poorly run. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I'm calling upon the Minister of Education and especially the Council of University Education to do its role of quality assurance, to do its role of ensuring that they supervise the university so that that university goes back to where it was. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Kainan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as alumni of Moi University, and as the first alumni ever to be elected to a public office, Mr. Speaker, I'm actually shocked, dismayed, and flabbergasted to see that giant institution today struggling. Mr. Speaker, we must call a spade a spade. Mr. Speaker, during our time, Moi University was everything in terms of infrastructure, in terms of academic excellence, in terms of everything. Mr. Speaker, will I be right without appearing not to be preemptive? Taking into account the circumstances that we have an ad hoc committee, not the education committee alone, an ad hoc committee that will bring together the best minds from this House, Mr. Speaker, to investigate the circumstances that has grounded Moi University to where it is, and Mr. Speaker, and suggest remedial measures, Mr. Speaker, as it is. As somebody has rightly alluded, Mr. Speaker, the problem is not even funding alone. The problem is chronism. The problem is abuse, Mr. Speaker, and we are all aware of the history of this university. Mr. Speaker, once and for all, we must side with Moi University so that Moi University does not join the league of institutions that have been run down, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg your indulgence to allow us to bring a committee, an ad hoc committee, so that this issue can be dealt with once and for all and comprehensively. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Mandazi. Give Mandazi.
Thank you so much. As Speaker, as one of the graduates of Moi University, I'm really disappointed with the way the university is being managed as at now. Mr. Speaker, I got the name Mandazi from Moi University when it was a university then. I want to say, Mr. Speaker, what Moi University is suffering is issue of governance. Number two, Mr. Speaker, management in the university has to be sorted out. After sorting out the issue of management, Mr. Speaker, the government has to deliberately put money in the institution because Moi University helped develop other universities. And in so doing, it has gone down. It is time that the Ministry of Education see to it that Moi University comes back to life as the way it was when we schooled there, Mr. Speaker. Otherwise, I want to support that Moi University is taken back to where it was when we schooled there, and that is where I got the name Mandazi, because I was selling Mandazi to other university students, including Majority Leader from the Senate, including the Honorable Cecilia Ngitit. That is where I got Mandazi, and then it was a school, it was a university, and students who graduated from Moi University, including myself, were respected then. Today, it is not a university like it was before. It is time that East House considers putting money into the same university so it can develop and be a university that was before. Thank you, Speaker.
Honorable members, Chairman Meli, what you have attempted to say on Moi University is not only inadequate but unacceptable to the House. as you can see what your colleagues are saying. This House will be sitting up to the afternoon. At 2:30, you must bring information from the ministry when this university is opening. At 2:30. Adequate or inadequate, you must tell the House when this university is opening. Parents go through serious soul searching to help their children maintained and sustained in institutions. And we cannot, as a responsible House, procrastinate on this matter anymore. Yes, Melly?
Mr. Speaker, I do agree with you wholeheartedly, and even the issues raised by members. But when a ministry official or a PS gives a two-paragraph statement on such a serious matter, it is actually belittling the House. And in fact, Mr. Speaker, I gave out the statement raised by the honorable member, and just to be given a two-paragraph statement, which is very wrong. Issues facing Moi University on financials, governance, and even issues of poor governance is very big. And I did not expect that, Mr. Speaker, that I bring such a very poor thing.
As chairman of the committee, you know what to do.
I shall take action as you have said, and I'll bring a statement this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you. Russell?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the statement that was raised yesterday by Honorable Chonga from the floor of the House, there is enough evidence that what the Honorable member raised, the county commissioner, the DCCs, all of them are aware. And indeed, that family, because they don't have enough, the man who had the resources had to throw them out of that land. So it has been confirmed to that extent.
Is Chonga in the House? Is Ken Chonga in the House? That was his statement, right?
Yes. So for that reason, Honorable Speaker, the task that you gave me is that the county commissioner and the DCC are going to sit this morning, and they are going to deliberate on this matter as far as removal of that family from their land is concerned. But what they have also confirmed, the matter is in court. What everybody was wondering is how the family was thrown out of their homestead. So for that reason, the ministry and the county commissioner is seized of that matter, and in the next 1-2 days, they are going to give us feedback that the family is restored back to their homestead. That is what we have gathered so far, Honorable Speaker, but we'll also not leave it to that, we'll follow it up. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Ken Chonga is not in the House, so we'll leave it there. Yes, Chairman?
I know my very able chair had actually made the preliminary report on the same, but I've just got the information or the report from the ministry that the report can be even ready as this afternoon. Yes.
You'll deliver a statement in the afternoon?
Yes.
Excellent. Member for Moyale, Jaldesa Guyo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 44-2C, I rise to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Internal Security and National Administration regarding the reopening of Illo Gold Mine in the Bale Moyale constituency. Honorable Speaker, in 2023, the residents of Moyale discovered traces of gold in the Illo area of Dabel, Marsabit County, following a prolonged drought from 2021 to 2023. during which pastoralists lost more than 80% of their livestock. The discovery of the Ilo gold mine offered a new lifeline and an alternative means of livelihood for the community. However, in March 2024, a disagreement between two artisanal miners resulted in the tragic loss of lives. Consequently, the Ministry of Interior and National Administration ordered a 30-day closure of the gold mine, citing insecurity and the absence of proper administrative and structures to manage the site for the welfare of the community and other stakeholders. Honorable Speaker, since the closure, several positive developments have taken place. Community organizations have transformed into cooperatives to oversee the administration and management of their natural resource. Unfortunately, it's alleged that some members of the security agencies have begun engaging in illegal mining activities in the area, providing misleading response to justify the continued closure, thereby excluding the residents and benefiting from the situation. In September 2024, Marsabit County leaders met with the Cabinet Secretary for Ministry of Interior and National Administration to discuss the reopening of the Ilo gold mine and other security concerns. Although there was an unanimous agreement to reopen the mine, just 2 weeks later, the Cabinet Secretary extended the closure by another 30 days, further disadvantaging the local community. Honorable Speaker, it's against this background that I request for a statement from the Chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Internal Security and National Administration on the following. 1, a report on the status on progress toward the reopening of the Ilo gold mine. Number 2, actions being taken by the Ministry of Interior and National Administration to facilitate the reopening of the Ilo gold mine, along with the implementation of necessary administrative and security structures to safeguard lives, property, and the welfare of the local community. And finally, efforts to ensure that the cooperative established by the residents are recognized by the as the legitimate artisanal miners. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order, honorable members. Clerk will go back to order number 3. Order, members, take your seats.
Order number 3, messages.
Members on their feet, take your seats. Order, honorable members, take your seats. Honorable members, I have a message from the President on the nomination of Professor Kithure Kindiki, EGH, to fill the vacancy in the office of the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya. Order. Order, members. Honorable members, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 42.1, I wish to report to the House that today morning I have received a message from His Excellency the President regarding the nomination of Professor Kithure Kindiki, EGH, to fill the vacancy which has occurred in the office of the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya following the impeachment of the previous office holder. Honorable members, as you are aware, Article 149(1) of the Constitution provides as follows, and I quote, "Within 14 days after vacancy in the office of the Deputy President arises, the President shall nominate a person to fill the vacancy, and the National Assembly shall vote on the nomination within 60 days after receiving it." Honorable members, as you are aware, for a person to hold the office of Deputy President, the person must meet the requirements specified in Article 148, as read together with Article 137 of the Constitution. In the message, His Excellency the President indicates that as a prerequisite to the nomination, he sought and received confirmation from the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, IEBC, that the candidate is qualified to vie for election as a member of Parliament in accordance with Article 137(1) of the Constitution. Further, His Excellency the President confirms that he has sought and received clearances from the following institutions with respect to the candidate. 1, the Kenya Revenue Authority, KRA. B, the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, EACC. C, the Directorate of Criminal Investigations, DCI. D, the Higher Education Loans Board, HELB. And E, the Commission for University Education. Honorable members, in a testament to the foregoing, His Excellency the President has annexed the following documents in relation to his nominee. A, certified true copy of his certificate of birth. B, certified true copy of his national identity card. C, certified copies of his university degrees and other academic certificates. D, certification of foreign university degrees by the Commission for University Education. E, passport size photograph. F, curriculum vitae and testimonials. G, confirmation of compliance with Article 137 of the Constitution from the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, IEBC. H, confirmation of citizen status by the National Registration Bureau, Office of the Registrar of Persons. I, confirmation of membership status in a political party from the Office of the Registrar of Political Parties, ORPP. J, policy party membership confirmation from the United Democratic Alliance, UDA. K, Chapter 6 of the Constitution, statutory clearances on leadership and integrity from 1, tax compliance certificate, Kenya Revenue Authority. 2, Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission. 3, certificate of good conduct from the Directorate of Criminal Investigations, DCI. 4, Compliance Higher Education Loans Board. And 5, credit report and certificate of clearance from the Credit Reference Bureau. In view of the foregoing, honorable members, and having perused the attached documents, I am satisfied that the candidate meets the requirements under Article 148 as read together with Article 137 of the Constitution to fill the vacancy in the office of the Deputy President. Consequently, the nomination is properly before the House for purposes of the decision required under Article 149(1) of the Constitution. Honorable members, Article 149(1) of the Constitution suggests that states that upon receipt of a nomination of a person to fill a vacancy in the office of the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, the House is required to vote on the nomination. Considering that the House is scheduled to proceed on recess at the rise of the House this afternoon, I'll convene a meeting of the House Business Committee immediately hereafter to deliberate on the next steps to be taken by the House. Thereafter, I will guide the House on the decision of the House Business Committee, and the House is accordingly guided. I thank you. Yeah, because now you are properly seized. You can put your...
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, Article 149 of the Constitution provides that within 14 days after a vacancy in the office of the Deputy President arises, the President shall nominate a person to fill the vacancy, and the National Assembly shall vote on the nomination within 60 days after receiving it. Honorable Speaker, recently in passing the special motion for impeachment of the Deputy President...
Order, Wanjala, he's on a point of order. So,
Honorable Speaker,
Order. Wanjala, what is it? Order. Honorable Shinali. Order. Honorable Shinali, will you be upstanding? You are not properly dressed. You go and dress in a proper manner and come back. Who else? Honorable Zaire. You are no. Him is a Muslim, is wearing a Friday prayer meeting. There's no problem. Shinali, go and dress up. Go on, Bukose.
Honorable Speaker, recently in passing the special motion for impeachment of the Deputy President, you guided us that we required at least 2/3, that is 233 members, of us being 2/3 of the House to pass the motion. Honorable Speaker, is the same voting threshold applicable in this case? I seek your guidance of the matter. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Nyikal. Yes, Milemba. Honorable Shinali, retreat quietly and dress up and come back.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the business before this House is one which requires us to vote on the nomination of a person to fill a vacancy in the office of the Deputy President in terms of Article 149 of the Constitution. Honorable Speaker, as is a practice before the House takes a vote on a matter, members are accorded an opportunity to debate and give their views on the business before the House. Honorable Speaker, to this end, I seek your guidance on whether we shall be given an opportunity to debate on the nomination and give our views. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Wangwe.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise to seek your guidance on whether this House will be required, Honorable Speaker, to undertake the vetting and approval process as required by the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act. Number two, Honorable Speaker, of my concern is that, Honorable Speaker, Article 124, particularly subsection 4 of the Constitution, provides that when a House of Parliament considers any appointment for which its approval is required under the Constitution or an Act of Parliament, the appointment shall be considered by a committee of the relevant House, and the committee's recommendation shall be tabled in the House for approval. Honorable Speaker, in your communication, you have not given us indication on how you are going to handle that process. Maybe, Honorable Speaker, you can guide me on how you intend to handle it. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Jen Kakiri. Yes, member for Laikipia.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, you've just conveyed a message from His Excellency the President on the nomination of Professor Kithure Kindiki to fill the vacancy of the office of the Deputy President, which occurred yesterday, to fill the vacancy of the office of the Deputy President, which occurred yesterday following the conclusion of the impeachment proceedings at the Senate. Honorable Speaker, we are now here to vote on the nomination as required by the Constitution. Honorable Speaker, could you please guide the House on whether we are acting within the constitutional deadline, and is it in order for the nomination to happen today after receiving the notification from the President today? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
With those clarifications sought by members after the House Business Committee meeting, honorable members, I will now require the Deputy Speaker to come to the chair and carry on with the proceedings. Members of the House Business Committee, move to room 9 for a meeting, whereafter we will resume the proceedings of the House. And I'll guide the issues raised by Honorable Pukose, Jen Kakiri, Wangwe, and Omboko Milemba at the next resumption. Yes, what's your point of order, Honorable?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to join my very good friend, the Honorable Bukose, in seeking your direction, Mr. Speaker, with regard to Article 149 of the Constitution on the appointment of and approval by a vote of the Deputy President. Mr. Speaker.
The words of the Constitution are very clear.
Yes.
It is appointment and vote.
And vote. I agree.
Approval is not used.
Yes, not used, Mr. Speaker.
On this article.
Mr. Speaker, you know, this Constitution we are borrowed heavily from the U.S. Constitution. The 25th Amendment of the U.S. Constitution, which was passed in 1967, has a similar provision that provides that a vice president shall be appointed, shall be nominated by the president and approved by a vote by the House. It uses the words confirmation, Mr. Speaker. Previously in the United States, Mr. Speaker, before the 25th Amendment, there was no similar provision. In fact, there was, in the past, before 1967, there was a cumulative of 37 years when there was no vice president, when one either passed away or one was appointed became the president. And so, Mr. Speaker, we would like you to express yourself with regard to this issue. What is the threshold? On the removal of the deputy president is 2/3. So is the approval or by vote of the deputy president 2/3? Because it's not provided in the Constitution.
Honorable Chepkonga.
Yes.
If you are paying attention, you are saying exactly what Bukose said.
Oh, I'd walked out.
And you are sitting next to him.
No, I walked out, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
I walked out. So
word for word, what you are asking me to say.
Yeah, he has stolen from me, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Yes, Wamboka. DK, if you want to catch the speaker's eye, there's no provision for you to stand up. You sit and I'll give you. Yes, Wamboka, member for Bumula.
Honorable Speaker, as you are aware, Article 118 of the Constitution requires this House to facilitate public participation in its legislative and other business of the House. Honorable Speaker, the issue of public participation is a sensitive matter which has often attracted debate and court challenges. Indeed, our recent experience in considering the special motion for removal of the Deputy President made us even appreciate better the need for public participation. Honorable Speaker, with this in mind, please guide this House on whether we shall be expected to conduct public participation in voting for the nomination to fill the vacancy in the office of the Deputy President.
Thank you. DK.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm rising on a point of order, still on the same issue that I need your guidance. Looking at His Excellency the nominee, we just vetted not more than 2 months ago, and that implies not more than 6 months ago. And the questionnaire that is questionnaire that we used. Why don't we use the same motion and we use the same output and we just put the motion and we put the question and we finish today? Thank you.
Daud. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's great that Honorable Kithure Kindiki has been nominated by the President. My question is, Mr. Speaker, will IEBC have to be involved as the same was done during the election, or it is not a factor in this case? While I congratulate Kithure Kindiki for nomination.
Donya, what is it?
Mr. Speaker.
On the same issue?
Yeah, on the same issue.
Go ahead.
He's saying that we use the same questionnaire that he used as the interior for the position of the Deputy President. He's incorrect because you cannot use the same questions when it is a different docket. Is out of order.
Thank
Mr.
you for
Speaker.
helping the Speaker. Yes, Member for Langata. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Having seen how things move very fast in this House, let me take this opportunity to congratulate the newly appointed Deputy President.
Order, Order Jalango. He has not been appointed, he has been nominated.
I've just said on how things move very fast here, sir. Let me congratulate him. Let me be the first person to congratulate the newly elected Deputy President. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
You can come now. Eh? No, come and take the seat. Yes. Honorable members, we'll end this here. I'll make some reasoned direction on those issues raised. I will now ask all members of the House Business Committee, Kainan and your team, to move to room 9 for a meeting. And the Deputy Speaker will go on with the statements. I had not given direction on the member for Moyale's statement. It's committed to the committee responsible and to bring a response in 2 weeks.
Honorable members, we shall now go to statements, and we shall continue with a statement by the member for North Hor, Honorable Wario.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provision of Standing Orders 44.2c.
Order, honorable members. Order, honorable members. Order, honorable members. Order, honorable members. Honorable Wario, you may proceed.
Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provision of Standing Orders 44.2c, I rise to request for a statement for the chairpersons of the Departmental Committee on Agriculture and Livestock and Departmental Committee on Regional Development regarding the perpetual drought crisis and resultant loss of lives and livelihoods in arid and semi-arid lands, and especially in Northern constituency. Honorable Speaker, Northern Kenya is largely arid and semi-arid lands, and as a result, it is highly susceptible to the vagaries of climate change and climate-induced disasters. During the recent drought, there were several lives lost due to unmitigated droughts and persistent famine in the region. Furthermore, the ASAL regions lost an estimated 2.6 million livestock.
which the NDMA estimated to be worth 226 billion. It is worth noting that Northern constituency, spanning 39,000 square kilometers, 1.5 times size of Rwanda, is the largest constituency in Kenya and optimizes the challenges faced by the northern region. This area, highly susceptible to climate change and climate-induced disasters, has recently witnessed devastating losses. Communities lost over 90% of their livestock. Malnutrition rates rose to 3 times the global average. Thousands of the children drop out of school. Even with the recent normal rains, the population in North still faces life-threatening food crisis, with minimal and intermittent government support through relief foods. Despite the availability of vast land as the main factor of production and the ability to predict these weather conditions and with the use of ICT-based technology, the government interventions have largely been reactive and short-term, perpetuating cycle of dependency. Honorable Speaker, the Northern Kenya Development Plan is a sustainable plan to cushion communities in the region from the adverse effects of the climate change and climate-induced disasters. Unfortunately, this plan is yet to be implemented to transition pastoralists and victims of climate disasters from dependency of relief food to long-term and sustainable livelihoods and food security interventions. Honorable Speaker, it is against this backdrop that I request a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Agriculture and Livestock and Regional Development on the following. 1, plans on how the government intends to leverage on demonstrated capacity for transformative projects in technology, water, and large-scale infrastructure projects to prioritize food security and enhance dignity of the population in North and the assets of Northern Kenya. B, an explanation on why the government allocates substantial resources for relief food annually, but minimal or no resources for specific, smart, measurable, and realistic food security programs in the ASAL of Kenya. A comprehensive report on all food security and drought resilience projects with its corresponding budgets by both government and donor-funded projects that have been implemented or are ongoing in Northern constituency and the ASALs of Northern Kenya. Reasons why ASAL regions of Kenya remain vulnerable to climate change effects despite numerous national plans, including a report on the implementation status of the Northern Kenya Development Plan. Finally, a detailed analysis of the audited impacts of initiatives aimed at cushioning Kenyans from the effects of the climate change, with a specific attention to Northern region, including timelines for implementation of sustainable solutions. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. That falls under the which committee? Environment?
Committee of Agriculture and Livestock and Regional Development.
Honorable Mutunga, are you here? Do you have any response? Or do you want to say something about it?
Honourable Speaker, we can promise to get a response in the next 2 weeks, soon after the recess.
Thank you. Honorable members, before we move to the next statements, yes, I will come to the questions. What I want to do is, before we continue with the statement, the answers to the statements, I will give you the opportunity. We'll go back to we are going to go to the statement. So you'll have an opportunity, Honorable Pukose. But before we proceed with the statements, allow me to reorder the order paper. And we will go to order number 8 to put the question, and also order number 9, and then we can go back to statements. Okay. So, honorable members. Oh, yeah, read out.
Order number 8, the Community Health Workers Bill, National Assembly Bills number 33 of 2022, second reading. Question to be put.
Honorable members, I now put the question that the Community Health Workers Bill, National Assembly Bill number 53 of 2022, be read a second time. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next order.
A bill for an act of parliament to make provision for the training, registration, and licensing of community health workers, to regulate their practice, to provide for the establishment, powers, and functions of the Community Health Workers Council of Kenya, and for connected purposes. Order number 9, motion. Consideration of the mediated version of the Sugar Bill, National Assembly Bills number 34 of 2022. Question to be put.
Honorable members, I now put the question that pursuant to the provisions of Article 113(2) of the Constitution and Standing Order number 153, this House adopts the report of the Mediation Committee on the Sugar Bill, National Assembly Bill number 34 of 2022, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 16th October 2024, and approves the mediated version of the Sugar Bill, National Assembly Bill number 34 of 2022. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. So, honorable members, we go back to statements, and I think we have the statement. Yours not the first one, Honorable. Yes, I have the list here. I think we are starting with the one for Honorable Bernard Kitur, MP for Nandi Hills. I think it was supposed to be answered by the Administration and Internal Security Committee. Is Honorable Kitur?
Yeah, Honorable Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 44(2)(c), I rise to request for a statement from the Chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Administration, Internal Affairs, regarding the kidnapping and torture of Mr. Pascalis Kosgei. Honorable Speaker, on the 15th July 2024, Mr. Pascalis Kosgei of ID number 26289458, the chairman of the Nandi Hills Border Association, was kidnapped in Kerengwet village, Nandi Hills constituency. He was tortured for 6 hours before being dumped unconscious and naked in a tea plantation miles away from his home. This incident occurred on the same day he led a major demonstration alongside other area leaders against multinational tea estates, demanding increased employment for locals and a reduction in the use of tea plucking machines. Prior to his abduction, Mr. Kosgei reported that he received numerous calls regarding his whereabouts, including from a senior DCI officer recently transferred from Nandi Hills. His kidnapping sparked significant outrage within the constituency and was reported at Nandi Hills Police Station under the occurrence book number 39/15/7/2024. Honorable Speaker, it is important to note that Kenya is a signatory to the International Convention for the Protection of All Persons from Enforced Disappearance. However, the country has yet to ratify this crucial agreement, which would be instrumental in addressing violation of human rights and ensuring accountability for victims and their families. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I seek for a statement from the Chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Administration and National Security, and in the statement, the Chairperson should address the following. 1. Status of the investigation on the kidnapping and torture of Mr. Pascalis Kimurgor Kosgei. 2. Any steps the government is taking to stop abductions, enforce disappearances and killings in the country. And 3, when the ministry will forward to Parliament the International Convention for the Protection of All Persons from Enforced Disappearance for ratification. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Chairperson for the Administration and Internal Security, Honorable Ruto, you are speaking on behalf of the chair. You may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, what honorable colleague from Nandi Hills has raised is fundamental. It is about human rights and protection of lives and sanctity of life, which is enshrined in our Constitution. Madam Speaker, we'll need 2 weeks after the recess to respond. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. I think it's one thing I had raised with some of the committees. Even though we are going to recess, if you dispatch the letter now or during the recess, then you can have a response by the time we come back from recess. Because the executive is not on recess. So I think you adjust it that way. Thank you. Next we have a statement, a request for a statement by the Honorable Christopher Aseka, member for Kiswero.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 44.2c, I rise to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Administration and National Security regarding scrapping the application fees for issuance of identity cards. Honorable Speaker, every Kenyan is entitled to issuance of a national identification card upon attainment of a maturity age of 18 years. Possession of this ID card is especially critical in facilitating Kenyans' youth to access basic services such as university and college funding, employment opportunity, recruitment to disciplined forces, and enrollment for financial services such as M-Pesa and banking. Sadly, Honorable Speaker, the government requirement for payment of a mandatory application fee of 300 Kenya shillings is hindering many teenage first-time applicants from acquiring national identity cards. Clearly, at the age of 18 years, teenagers applying for these identification cards do not have income of their own to pay fees and to meet other related costs, such as convenience fees charged by Huduma centers. Additionally, teenagers who do not have parents or guardians to pay for the application fees, for them to pay to apply for identification cards due to the cost implications. As a result, most young people are not only delayed from timely access to opportunities requiring ID cards, but also the enjoyment of the inherent identity as citizens of Kenya. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Administration and National Security on the following. Clarification on the justification for levying and application fee of 300 Kenya shillings for issuance of national identity cards for first-time teenagers applicants who do not have their own income. And 2, the action being taken to immediately scrap the application fee for the first-time teenage applicants in order to remove the prohibitive financial obligation and hinders them from obtaining the critical document. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Ruto. Yes, proceed. You want to respond to him? Give them a timeline.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I think that issue is a hot issue in the country because if youngsters don't have anything, they live with their parents, and they are told to get an ID card, they must pay for it. I think it's something that we have not yet reached that stage, even as a country. Yes, in developed countries, youngsters start working from as early as 15 years, and they have some income. So for that reason, I think as a committee, we will need a serious debate with the department, and we'll give a comprehensive response by the time we are through with the recess. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Ruto, the fees That was in it was gazetted regulations, or how was it implemented?
Actually, Madam Speaker, the fees were gazetted. It was just as a means of raising revenue by the department. But there was not concerted discussion with even the Committee of Parliament. So for that reason, whereas it is out there in the public domain, I think we need to review that position because it raises fundamental issue. There are those children of members of Parliament. They can afford it. What about the children of peasants who don't have anything, even affording a meal a day? So for that reason, I think we will work on it, and after the recess, we'll be able to respond to it. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Because I'm assuming that it should have been given, it should have come to the Committee for Delegated Legislation, because then that's at the point that they could approve or nullify it. So maybe liaise with that committee. And then thank you. Okay, the next request for a statement is by Honorable Dr. Robert Pukose.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, this statement is a statement from the committee, and I'm presenting it in my capacity as the chair. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 44.2c, I rise to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Education regarding government financial assistance to students enrolled at the Kenya Medical Training College. Honorable Speaker, this matter is of great significance to many aspiring medical professionals across our nation, as KMTC students are integral to our healthcare system. Their training and expertise directly contribute to the quality of care provided to our citizens. Ensuring that these students receive adequate financial assistance is essential not only for their success but also for the future of healthcare in Kenya. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I seek for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Education on the following. 1, to clarify whether KMTC students currently placed in KMTC campuses by the Kenya Universities and Colleges Central Placement Service, KUPS, are entitled to the financial assistance provided by the Higher Education Loans Board, HELP, that is available to all students pursuing higher education in Kenya. 2, indicate if KMTC students are eligible for student loans offered under the purview of the Ministry of Education, and if so, when will they receive financial assistance, including student loans under the new funding model being introduced by the Ministry of Education. 3, state whether the Ministry of Education continues to allow the Ministry of Health through KMTC to collaborate with the Higher Education Loans Board in dispersing student loans to students at medical training colleges as has been practiced previously. 4, explain the actions taken by the Ministry of Education to ensure that KMTC students have access to financial assistance, thereby promoting equity and inclusivity in higher education financing comparable to that of other students across the country. And if you could allow my Vice Chair, Honorable Speaker, to also make a comment on it.
Okay, proceed, Honorable Patrick.
Thank you. Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I like to support my chairman on seeking that statement because, Speaker, we were in this house when you approved that students who go to KMTC will from now on be admitted through COPS, like other students who go to universities. But, Speaker, it's a bit logic why they go through COPS and then they don't benefit from government financing like university students through HELP. So, Speaker, what we are urging as a committee is that let students who go to KMTC, since they go through COPS like other university students, also benefit from my education loans board in financing the education, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as we try to achieve universal health coverage in this country, the most important candidates that will help us to achieve UHC in this country are the nurses, are the clinic officers, are the public health officers, and the KMTC trains the back of this lot, Madam Speaker. So for us, it's just a request that let those who go to KMTC also be beneficiaries of Higher Education Loans Board, Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Chairperson for the Education Committee.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to commend Honorable Dr. Bukose, the chair, and the members who have raised this particular issue. It's a very, very pertinent issue. And I think as the rule requires, mid-level colleges and universities, students in the Republic are supposed to get loans, scholarships through the Higher Education Loans Board and also University Funding Board. So, Honorable Speaker, I'll really fast-track this particular issue and will respond immediately we are back from recess, because it's a very, very important item that we really need to dispense with faster. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Let's go to the next request for a statement by the Honorable Dr. John Mutunga, member for Tigania West.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of the Standing Order 44.2c, I wish to request for a statement from the Chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning regarding the utilization of pension funds for national building. Honourable Speaker, the Retirement Benefit Act 1997 provides for among other things, requirements for the effective management and investment of the pension fund in Kenya. The statute also establishes the Retirement Benefits Authority, which oversees the prudent management of pension schemes and ensures responsible investment of pension funds. The funds represent a significant pool of long-term capital that, when strategically invested, can greatly contribute to national development. By allocating a portion of the fund to well-planned infrastructure projects, renewable energy initiatives, and affordable housing programs, pension funds can address key development challenges while ensuring stable, long-term returns for retirees. This would also improve financial inclusivity, enhance the living standards of citizens, and reduce reliance on foreign debts. Honourable Speaker, it is against this background that I request for a statement from the Chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning on the following. Number one, provide a report on the number of registered pension funds in the country and the total amount under management across the funds. Number two, a list of the specific sectors where the pension fund have been invested and the terms of these investments. And finally, report on the proposals that money held in pension funds be invested in national development and the likely modalities for such arrangements. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
The Chairperson for the Committee on Finance and National Planning, Honourable Kuria.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, I want to thank the Honourable, my colleague, the Chair for Agriculture, Mutunga, for requesting for this statement. And I think the committee will endeavour to go far beyond the statement sought. Honourable Speaker, the savings, pension savings as a percent of GDP in Kenya is between 10 and 15%. And this is way lower than the global average of around 50 to 100%. So and maybe one of the reasons why even we lag behind in terms of our equal GDP level could be that we are not maybe investing these pension schemes as we should. And therefore, the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning will endeavour to meet the relevant authorities, including the Retirement Benefit Authority and all the other pension schemes, Honourable Speaker, and see how they are investing those monies, ensuring that even they're not just the savings are not just used for development of this country, but also, and most importantly, the savings are safeguarded, so that when our pensioners get to retire, they are assured that they're going to get their pensions on time, and that they're going to grow the funds and make sure that they're used for the economic development in this country. So, Honourable Speaker, if you give us 2 weeks, we should be able to respond to the statements out by the Honorable Mutunga. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Okay, thank you. Next request for a statement is by the Honorable Paul Katana, member for Kaloleni.
Honorable Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 44.2c, I rise to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Department Committee on Tourism and Wildlife on elephant invasion in Kayafungo in Kaloleni. Honorable Speaker, Kayafungo is a sacred Giriama shrine set within a natural forest filled with towering ancient trees. Unfortunately, the invasion of elephants has severely impacted the area, leading to the destruction of nearly all its trees and places of worship. While these majestic creatures are an essential part of our national heritage, they have also become a major source of property damage and fear of residents. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I seek for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Tourism and Wildlife. In the statement, the chairperson should address the following. 1. Immediate measures the ministry is instituting through the Kenya Wildlife Service to keep elephants away from Kayafungo and facilitate their return to their natural habitat. 2. Plans by the ministry to compensate residents whose properties have been damaged by the elephants. 3. Measures in place to restore the damaged Giriama shrine and its surrounding environment to its original state, as well as to protect it from future elephant invasion. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The chairperson for the Departmental Committee for Tourism and Wildlife. Oh, you're there? Okay, Honorable Muge.
Honorable Chair, I'm not the chairperson of the said department or a member, but Honorable Speaker, I wanted to add my voice to the said matter. Honorable Speaker, I come from a county that has a lot of animals, especially monkeys. And Honorable Speaker, this matter has to be accorded the attention it deserves. There's a whole belt in my county, Honorable Speaker, running through the valley, the Nandi, the Aldai, and the Tindred constituency. Honorable Speaker, those people hardly harvest anything because anything that they plant is eaten by the monkeys, Honorable Speaker. And these people, Honorable Speaker, are not getting the attention from the concerned authorities so that their crops and their plantations can be protected, or Honorable Speaker, they can be advised on what else to do that will not attract the animals to their farms and eat their foods and their crops, Honorable Speaker. So, Honorable Speaker, in support of the member who was asked for this statement, I add my voice that this particular department, Honorable Speaker, should be able to do a thorough audit and be able to map all the animals, Honorable Speaker, that are actually becoming a source of conflict between the humans and the animals, so that we can look for a way, Honorable Speaker, to safeguard those people, to make sure that their lives is ongoing and they are comfortable in their living, and the animals also, Honorable Speaker, are comfortable so that they can be able to have a better coexistence, Honorable Speaker. I thank you.
Thank you. Is there a member of that committee in the House? Okay, then I think Honorable Wako, I think we'll task you to ensure that it goes to the relevant committee. And next we have...
Thank you.
Next we have another request for a statement. Honorable Wanjiku Muya, member for Kipipiri.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provision of Standing Order 44.2c, I rise to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Transport and Infrastructure regarding the unmarked bumps along flyover Jabini, Kipipiri, or Karau Nyahururu Road. Honorable Speaker, there are several concerns regarding the safety and well-being of both road users and the surrounding communities due to the erection of unmarked speed bumps along the flyover Jabini, Kipipiri, or Karau Road to motorists. The unmarked bumps on the Kenha Class A road pose a significant risk to motorists. The lack of clear signage, markings, and proper visibility has already resulted in several near-miss incidents and, in some cases, accidents. The sudden appearance of this speed bump forces drivers to brake abruptly, increasing the likelihood to rear-end collision, particularly at night or in adverse weather conditions. Additionally, residents are worried about the heightened risk to pedestrians, especially school children, as vehicles may swerve unpredictably to avoid the unmarked bumps. Moreover, the damage to vehicles caused by sudden impact with these bumps has placed unnecessary financial burden on road users. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I request for statement from the chairperson of Departmental Committee on Transport and Infrastructure on the following. 1. Plans to ensure that all bumps erected along the flyover, Jabini, Kipipiri, or Kalau Nyahururu Road are clearly marked and proper signage provided. Action being taken for the, that is 2, action being taken for the provision of proper signage and reflective markers along the flyover Jabini, Kipipiri, or Kalau Nyahururu Road. And 3, a report on the exact timeline for marking the bumps and placing signage along the said road. I thank you, Honorable Speaker. And just in one sentence, I want to confirm, like Kipipiri, we have already lost so many souls in a very black spot called Jiret near Kariamu. Recently, we lost a principal from Kiabogo Secondary School, and we have lost many, and particularly near Kinagop, and I know the member will be speaking. The contractor who maintained this road, he maintained and go and leave the road as dangerous as such. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Okay, Honorable Member for Kinangop.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I, in a special, want to thank my colleague, who is a member of Parliament for Kipipiri, my neighbor. The road that has been mentioned passes through my constituency, fly over to Jambini, then to Kipipiri, all the way to Nyahururu. And that road, Madam Speaker, has become a death trap, simply because the bumps that are in that road are not marked. And Madam Speaker, we have raised this issue numerous times with the Kenya National Highways Authority, and nothing has been done so far. In my very constituency, there's a place called Gadara Ward, a place called Kanamba. And we have lost lives of children in school, going to school, simply because there are no bumps. And the bumps that are on that road are not marked. And therefore, I want to support this statement and ask that Kenha quickly or speedily just erect bumps where they're supposed to be and be simply marked, so that then we stop this loss of life. And Madam Speaker, there's some level of complacency when it comes to erecting bumps. You know, you'll hear these people say, we cannot erect bumps because it's a highway. But then, what is more important, speed or the lives of people? And therefore, Madam Speaker, in a special way, I would want you to emphatically compel Kenya National Highways Authority to erect bumps where they're supposed to be and mark them appropriately. I rest my case, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The chairperson for the Transport and Infrastructure Committee. Any member of the committee? Okay, so I think Honorable Wako, again, we'll leave this one to you.
Most obliged. Thank you.
The last statement, we have a statement from the Honorable Member for Chuka, Honorable Patrick Tigwan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I stand in this House today to pass my sincere condolences and mourn a colleague, a friend, a member of my constituency, Honorable Beatrice Nkadha-Nyaga. Honorable Beatrice Nkadha-Nyaga served in this House, Madam Speaker, in the 11th and 12th Parliament. She's a lady who served with dedication, a very hard-working woman. In Tharaka Nithi, we used to say she was the glue that held Tharaka Nithi together. Madam Speaker, it's a very sad moment because we just lost a leader, a very loving woman, a very dedicated leader, Madam Speaker. And as a county and as a country, we are at loss today to mourn Beatrice Nkadha-Nyaga, the former member of parliament, the immediate former member of parliament for Tharaka Nithi County, the Women Rep. Madam Speaker, Nkadha has been ailing for the last few months. And yesterday, she rested. And I stand in this House, Madam Speaker, to mourn her today and to give my sincere condolences to her family, her children, and the great people of Tharaka Nithi, where she comes from, and members of this parliament who worked very closely with her, because Madam Beatrice was a friend to her in this House. Madam Speaker, I was just thinking when I was seated here, and I was saying it's, as we bid farewell today, as we mourn Nkadha today in Tharaka Nithi, it's also a celebration as we for appointment of Kidiki. So it's mixed feelings. It's mixed feelings in the county, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, thank you. I even don't know what to continue. I would just request Honorable Murugara, who I know was a very close friend, to give her his condolences. Thank you, Speaker.
Honorable Patrick, you're out of order. You cannot give the opportunity to the member for Tharaka. I think I'll give Honorable Dorothy Kiara, then I'll come to you. Yes, but you're out of order. You're taking the Speaker's job.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, indeed, it is a sad day for all of us today. And I want to join my brother, Honorable Patrick, and the entire Tharaka community and the women of this country in mourning Honorable Beatrice Nkadha. Honorable Beatrice Nkadha was a woman of strength. She worked diligently as the first woman representative of Tharaka Nithi, where she was referred to as Mama County. She served the women, the vulnerable, and the rest disadvantaged in the community with a lot of dedication and zeal. Honorable Speaker, I want to say it's a sad moment for the country, and more so for all of us, because we know the great role that Honorable Beatrice Nkadha played during the 2022 general elections. Honorable Beatrice Nkadha, Madam Speaker, if you can remember from her clips, she was very committed to ensuring that this government comes to power, and more so fighting for His Excellency the President. Even when the crowd in our own community was so hostile that she was not able to mention anything else, she went on even when there was a lot of noise, shouting, "Ruto, Ruto, Ruto." We still remember her for that. Honorable Madam Speaker, I want to join the rest of the members of this House who served diligently with this beautiful soul, a lady who was very generous, a lady who put on a smile all the time, even when things were so difficult. And I want to say, may the gracious Lord rest our soul in eternal peace. Thank you.
Member for Tharaka Nithi, Honorable George Murugara. will come to you. I'm just following the order of the names that came here. I can see Honorable Mishimboko is next. Yes. You're out of order, Honorable. Proceed, Honorable Member for Tharaka.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, allow me to join my colleague, neighbor and countier of Tharaka Nithi, the Honorable Patrick Munenen Tuiga, who represents Chukaigamba Ngombe and is the local member of parliament for the late Honorable Beatrice Nkatha Nyaga. May I join him on behalf of the people of Tharaka constituency, Tharaka Nithi County, and all the well-wishers of the country as we relay our unreserved condolences to the family of the late Beatrice Nkatha. Madam Speaker, Honorable Beatrice Nkatha was a lady to behold. She served the county of Tharaka Nithi for 10 years without a blemish. We remember the lady Beatrice Nkatha with nostalgia, and especially as she was the unifying factor of that county, even when things appeared to go south. She spoke for all of us. She loved the county. She traversed that county with like a colossus, and they did not discriminate one constituency against another or one people against another people. She loved the children, the students, the elderly, the vulnerable, and she spoke for them without any reservation. Today, a dark cloud hangs over the county of Tharaka Nithi as we mourn this great lady. It also hangs over the country because Beatrice, especially towards the last general election, stood for the entire country. She was one of the most committed servants of the UDA party. She was one of the most loyal persons to His Excellency the President, Dr. William Samoei Ruto. And Dr. Ruto constantly remembered Beatrice and would always ask where she was, what she was doing, and eventually nominated her for the seat of CAS, Treasury, in this republic. We never took that as light as it would appear, in spite of the fact that problems came up with that position of CS. Let me thank His Excellency for that, and also thank him today because he's wiping away our tears by nominating Professor Kithure Kindiki to be the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya. Professor Kindiki does not belong to Tharaka Nithi, to Meru, or any other. He is a nationalist. He stands in for the entire country, and this is why this House has received that nomination with the zeal, happiness, and accolades as required. Madam Speaker, as I pen off, I have just also lost my mom, the late Lena Gashire Murugara, to whom I am the third born. She was elderly at 88. She has rested. I'm happy that all these members of parliament have actually wished me well and given their condolences to me. And for that, I do sincerely appreciate and thank all of you. Thank you very much.
The Honorable Member for Likoni, Honorable Mishimboko.
Asante sana Bi Speaker, na mimi nachukua nafasi hii kwa niaba yangu, niaba ya eneo bunge langu la Likoni na niaba la watu wa Mombasa niweze kutoa risala zangu za rambirambi kwa mwenda zake dada yetu Beatrice Nkatha. Na niseme Mheshimiwa Beatrice tulikuwa naye katika bunge hili la kitaifa na alikuwa kiongozi shujaa sana, kiongozi ambaye alikuwa anapenda watu sana, kiongozi ambaye kila wakati ukimwona alikuwa na furaha na bashasha, kiongozi aliyekuwa na msimamo thabiti wa kutetea chama chake na kutetea kiongozi ambaye alikuwa ni wa chama chake. na tulikuwa tunajua dada yetu ataweza kuingia katika ule uongozi ule tulikuwa tunaita Kiingereza kwa ufupi CAS, lakini kwa yale mambo yaliyotukia hakuweza kufika hapo. Tunasikitika sana, hata nimetamatishwa kusikia kwamba alikuwa amegonjeka kwa muda mfupi, takriban kama miezi miwili hivi. Tungekuwa tumejua, haswa sisi kama kina mama, tungeweza kumtembelea na kuweza kumuombea dua ili Mungu ampatie afueni. Lakini tunajua sisi tulimpenda, lakini Mwenyezi Mungu amempenda zaidi. Mheshimiwa Beatrice, wakati mmoja tulikuwa naye katika kamati moja na tulikuwa karibu sana na yeye, na nilipenda sana mavazi yake. Wakati akivaa alikuwa mama maridadi sana. Hata utaona kile kibeti anachobeba, viatu anavyovaa, nguo anayovaa, yote itakuwa inawiana. Yani alikuwa mama ambaye ni mtanashati sana sana, na alikuwa mama ambaye hana fujo na mtu wala hana dhiki na mtu. Pia tulikuwa kina mama wa kwanza tukiwa na yeye kuwa katika kiti cha kuwakilisha katika kaunti zetu. Mimi nikiwa kule Mombasa na yeye akiwa anawakilisha kule sehemu ya kwao. Tulikuwa wa kwanza baada ya kupata katiba mpya ya taifa letu ya Kenya. Tunasikitika na tunaomboleza pamoja na ndugu zetu wa sehemu zile za Meru, sehemu zile za Tharaka, kumpoteza shujaa wetu, dada yetu Beatrice Nkantha. Tunaomba Mwenyezi Mungu ailaze roho yake mahali pema peponi, na tunaomba serikali ya Kenya Kwanza kupitia Daktari William Samoei Ruto, kwa sababu huyu alikuwa kiongozi wako shujaa, kiongozi wako mwenye msimamo, uweze kuangalia familia yake. Yeye ni mwenda zake sasa, lakini najua ana watoto, pengine hata ana wajukuu. Tusiwatupe viongozi wetu wakati wamepatwa na misiba. Pia tuwakumbuke kwa wale ambao wamewaacha na wao wakiwa wametangulia kule mbele. Tunamuombea Mola amweke pema penye waja wema. Poleni sana watu wa Tharaka, poleni sana watu wa Meru, poleni sana bunge la kitaifa na Kenya kwa jumla. Asante sana, Bi Speaker.
The Honorable Member for Nairobi County, Honorable Esther Pasari.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to speak. I want to send condolences to the family of Beatrice Nkatha Nyaga, for myself and my family and the county of Nairobi. It is indeed a sad moment when you hear that somebody you knew has passed on. And with the nature of life, we served in the 12th Parliament together. We haven't seen her for a while, but I remember we met once during campaigns, and even if she was in UDA and I was in ODM, we still exchanged pleasantries like sisters. I met her again recently when she was appointed to become a CAS of Treasury, and she was very happy. And she was also very happy that I had made my second term. She was such a lovely human being. She was a beautiful soul. She had no inhibitions, and at the same time, she had no hard feelings for anyone. In politics, sometimes when you're in opposing parties, people always, you see that there's tension in the friendship. With her, the friendship was pure, sincere, and as a woman, she believed in the tribe of women, so we stood together. I would like to quote Shakespeare. We are all on the world stage, all as men and women, we're merrily players that are here, that exist, and we have entrances and we exist. So she has exited the stage, but she will not be forgotten. She has left her landmark. We say sorry to the people of Tharaka Nithi. We also say sorry to the people of Kenya, because as a legislator, you don't just serve your constituency or your county, you make decisions that impact and affect and serve all Kenyans. So as she has exited her stage, we also have seen that we have a nomination of the CS Kithure Kindiki as the incoming deputy president. And we say that the people of Tharaka Nithi have lost with one hand and received with another. But we also recognize that the CS Kindiki is a national figure. He has served in many offices, and he has also served as Interior, so he knows that Kenya is one, and we wish him well in his nomination, and we wish this country the best. Condolences to the family. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, because I think we need to close this. Yes, the honorable member for, yes, you may proceed. Yeah, I'll give you the member for Tharaka, I'll give you after. You may proceed first, double N.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to send my condolences to the late Mheshimiwa Beatrice Ngatha from Tharaka Nithi County. I know her personally. We have met in many occasions. Even during the last 2022 campaigns, we were with her in many, many meetings. And it saddens us this morning to hear about the demise of Beatrice Ngatha. We are here to give our sincere condolences to the family, the children, and the whole community of Tharaka Nithi County for losing such a soul who was a kind person. She was a generous person. And above all, she was very smart, even at heart. I represent Embu County as women rep, and I know she was one time the women rep of Tharaka Nithi. And as women rep in this house, this August house, we are saddened to lose one of us. And we can only pray that indeed the Kenya Kwanza government, the UDA, fraternity, and the entire house that we shall stand with her and the entire family as we remember her and the entire family. May our soul rest in eternal peace. Thank you.
Honorable Nduyo, member for Tharaka Nithi, you'll be the last one.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity. Madam Speaker, I've been outside trying to draft something better to present in the afternoon, but luckily I got that my colleague has presented this statement to us. Madam Speaker, today is a Sunday and happy day for Tharaka Nithi. Mixed feelings. Madam Ngatha is my predecessor. A lady that I valued, a lady that I honored. When I decided to vie for the seat of woman rep, I was so confused on how I will go about it, because she was like a mentor to me. That's why I even tell my people that I've not come to compete with her. I'm coming to continue from where she stopped. Alende who had been honored, a professional printer that I worked with the provincial administration for close to 26 years. Alende who didn't know the poor and the rich. Alende who left indelible marks, so many indelible marks in Tharaka Nithi County. Madam Speaker, we are sad. Madam Speaker, Ngatha was a very hardworking lady. One of the founding mothers and one of the founding officers and one of the founding politicians of the UDA party. A great friend of Professor Kithure Kindiki. I expected her to be here today with us, to be the leading mother to celebrate this joy that is in Tharaka Nithi today. But unfortunately, Madam Ngatha is not there. We are celebrating this great day, yet we are mourning. I've just talked to the son. It's so sad. But I pray that God may give us peace, that God may comfort the people of Tharaka Nithi County, that God may comfort her family. We loved her. May her soul rest in eternal peace. Thank you.
So, honorable members, let us rise and for a moment of silence in honor of our departed colleague, Honorable Beatrice Ngatha. May her soul rest in eternal peace. Next order.
Order number 10, Committee of the Whole House.
Honorable members, order. Honorable members, this is this is the Committee of the Whole House to consider the Senate amendments to the Food and Feed Safety Control Coordination Bill, National Assembly Bill number 21 of 2023. Honorable members, this is a very short bill, 3 clauses. Just a request for your attention. What is the majority leader, majority whip? The chairperson for the only chairperson for Agriculture Committee in the House. Are you holding brief? Are you holding brief for him?
Yes,
Oh,
Chair.
great. Oh, great.
Thank you.
So let's proceed then. This is a bill that originated from the National Assembly, then went to the Senate, now is back here with us with proposed amendments from the Senate. Chairperson of the committee will guide us on how to proceed. Would I request the chairperson, the Honorable Justice, would you approach the table? Yes, Honorable Justice Kemei.
Chair, I think we are ready to proceed, Chair. And while the chairman is coming in, I should be able to stand in for him. Thank you, Chair.
Senate amendments to clause 22.
Order, Chairperson. All members, I propose the question that the Senate amendments to clause 22 be now approved. Mover.
Chair, we looked at the amendment from the Senate, clause 22, and Chair, after discussing and seeing the merits of the amendment from the Senate, we as a Committee of Agriculture decided to approve the amendment from the Senate. Thank you, Chair.
I would allow any interventions if there's any. Members, I now put the question. Is there? Yes, Honorable.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Would the chair of that committee please explain the amendments, just for the sake of the public and this House?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. I want to give the explanation that in the bill, Chair, we had used the terminology conduct risk management, appearing immediately after the words the controller may, and substituting the words advise on the appropriate risk management measures. Mr. Chair, we have adopted the words from the Senate because they are more encompassing and they represent the entire spectrum of risk management. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. All members, I now put the question, which is that the Senate amendments to clause 22 of the bill be now approved. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of that opinion say nay? Ayes have it.
Clause 25.
Mover.
Chair, just like in clause 22, clause 25, Chair, is being amended in subclause 3 by inserting the following new subclause. On receipt of the report under subsection 3,
Order.
Sorry.
Chair, move the amendment first before you explain.
Okay, Chair, I wish to move the amendment and to accept the proposed amendment from the Senate.
What is the amendment?
The amendment, Chair.
Say, just read what is in the order paper. You move the amendment that clause.
Chair, I wish to move the amendment that clause 25 of the bill be amended in subclause 3 by inserting the following new subclause. 3A. On receipt of the report under subsection 3B, the governor shall submit the report to the respective county assembly. I beg to move.
Members, I now propose the question that Senate amendments to clause order. I propose the question that the Senate amendment to clause 25 be now approved. Ms. Honorable Wundo.
Again, as my colleague Mwalimu had raised issues, exactly what kind of report are we envisaging? Because what we have here and what the country has does not lead anywhere. What kind of report are we envisaging to be submitted to the county assembly? And what is a county assembly expected to do with that report, considering in many cases the caliber of the MCAs in many of the county assemblies?
Yes, Honorable Justice Kamei.
Chair, I want to explain, Chair, that as per the laws of the land, we would not expect the governor to submit any report unless it is authorized by the respective county assembly. So we are basically agreeing, Chair, that it should go through the county assembly before it is passed. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Tuku.
Thank you, Chair. I wish to support this amendment for simple reason that members of county assembly are representatives of the people. And indeed, if any report emanates from whatever quarter, needs the approval, ratification, and approval by county assemblies. We are talking of a very important bill here, Food and Feeds Safety Control Coordination Bill. Chair, I come from an agricultural constituency where we do dairy farming, and we have so much of unregulated feeds coming from manufacturers. And of course, we know the kind of infiltration that can happen within the circles of animal feeds. But now, after any investigation or, certification of feeds, this report is brought to the governor and he just approves. We'll be opening a highway maybe for corruption, for unscrupulousness, but with the approval of the assembly, who have direct mandate from the people to oversight, then they'll have an opportunity to interrogate and even do visits and even involve certification bodies like KEBS to make sure, or Food and Drugs Authority, just to make sure that whatever feeds that are getting to our farmers are up to standards and in the best international standards. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, Chairman, I support this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, I now put the question that the Senate amendment to clause 25 be now approved. Will, as many other opinions say aye? Will as many of opinions say nay? Ayes have it.
Senate amendments to the first schedule.
Mover.
Chair, I wish to move that the first schedule be amended by inserting the following new items immediately after item number 3. Each county government department dealing with matters relating to agriculture, that is 3A, Chair, and then 3B, each county government department dealing with matters relating to health. Chair, we propose to reject this amendment because the moment we forward, Chair, issues to the county government, we will not be going down to various departments. We will just be giving the matters to the county government, and then the county government will deal as per the authorization they have. Thank you, Chair.
Your members, I now propose the question that the Senate amendments to the first schedule of the bill be now rejected. Honorable Undo.
Chair, I totally concur or agree with the committee. I think at times the county governments overreach themselves. These two small departments they have that have got no value at all to the lives of the people shouldn't be involved in very complicated matters like this. Once we have given once it has gotten to the county, that small department, they have no budget. there are only employment bureaus that have got no technical ability to deal with this matter. I totally agree. We reject, but then we go back to mediation. I hope that's the only point of mediation. I wish you well, that you'll be able to convince them to see the necessity to leave it the way it is. Thank you, Chair.
Yes, Honorable Bai. Honorable Chair, I wanted to add my voice on the proposal before we approve it. Chair, we know agriculture is the backbone of our country. And formerly, before devolution, whoever was in the country could tell there was some serious activities to do with agriculture on the fields. Officers who had been sent there, supporting farmers, having vehicles, having motorbikes. But today, Chair, after devolution, agriculture is not as much supported by the county governments the way the national government used to support agriculture before devolution. Chair, moving, if we take this direction for another 10, 20 years, this country may start borrowing unnecessary or foodstuffs, which we have never thought Kenya could run out of, especially beef. We can see the industry of livestock in agriculture is much affected. There are no extension officers. You find some counties with counties, I don't know which county up to this far has ever employed, a veterinary officer. Today they are using public health officers to inspect meat in the towns, and the same public health officers cannot be used as field extension officers for agricultural businesses. So, Chair, I would urge the counties to be more vigilant, because they are carrying a very important role of feeding this country. And as we empower them, they should take up their role with strength. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. I also want to support this amendment, but still give my voice, Chair, on the issue of feeds, because this is what we're trying to do in empowering the relevant county government departments dealing with matters relating to agriculture. And, Mr. Speaker, the issue of standards and certification is quite an important matter to this country today, because the world is becoming a global village whereby we are now becoming borderless in as far as import and exports are concerned, in as far as competitive and comparative advantage is concerned, whereby now countries will have to trade. We have this slogan that let's go trade, let's exchange goods. Let us enjoy each competitive advantage and comparative advantage, Mr. Speaker. And setting the standards is what I would call panacea to what we want, where we want to go. Mr. Speaker, the issue of feeds is quite an interesting matter in this country. If there's no regulation, we cannot trade, because we'll not be able to export, especially our beef, our mutton, or our products, agricultural products, to other countries. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, empowering departments in county governments by legislation is the way to go. We've had exporters trying even to create quarantine centers so that then they can put their animals in certified areas, but without legislation. With this legislation, Mr. Speaker, then it means a farmer in Kinangop, a farmer somewhere in Kwale, a farmer somewhere in Kajiado can, without belaboring, be able to export their staff without further certification. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I support this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Kemei, take your seat. Honorable members, we order. The Honorable Engineer Oscar Sudi, can you take your seat? The Honorable Engineer Oscar Sudi, can you take your seat? Oh, members, voting on this one, I have to guide this, that the committee is proposing rejection of the amendment. So those who go with the committee will vote nay. Those who go with Senate amendments will vote aye. I hope this is well guided. Yes, Honorable Mbai.
Maybe the honorable member standing in for the chair could indicate the initial proposal of the committee and the proposed amendments by Senate. Just to refresh your mind.
That was long done. That is what we just finished.
Just refreshing my
Order.
Okay.
That was just finished doing. The chairperson moved the amendment and explained the amendment. We proposed the amendment. It's been debated. Now we are voting. That's what has just happened.
Just
order. We cannot repeat that process. We just finished. So we are going. Members, I will now be putting the question, and I've guided that the committee proposes a rejection of the amendment. Those who support the committee will vote nay. The Senate proposes to amend the bill. Those who support the Senate will vote aye. Therefore, members, I put the question that the Senate amendment, the first schedule of the bill, be now approved. Will as many of the opinion say aye? Will as many of the opinion say nay? Nay. The nays have it. Mover.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Chairman, I beg to move that the committee do report to the House its consideration of the Senate amendments to the Food and Food Safety Control Bill, National Assembly Bill number 21 of 2023, and its approval thereof with amendments. Thank you.
Thank you, honorable members. I therefore put the question, which is that the committee to report to the House is consideration of the Senate amendments to the Food and Feed Safety Control Bill, National Assembly Bill number 21 of 2023, and its approval thereof with amendments. Will as many of the opinion say aye? Will as many of the opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Call the speaker. Call the speaker.
Chairperson, Chairman.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the Senate amendments to the Food and Feed Safety Control Bill, National Assembly Bill number 21 of 2023, and approved the same with amendments.
Mover.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. I also request that Honorable Dr. Mutunga to second the motion for agreement with the report of the Committee of the Whole House. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Dr. Mutunga.
Honorable Speaker, I second.
Honorable members on their feet, take the nearest seat. Take the seat, Bashir. Rindikiri, take the nearest seat. Where is the nearest? Order, take your seat. Honorable members, I propose the question, which is that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. I now put the question, which is that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. As members of that opinion say aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Honorable members, like I did indicate to you earlier, following the meeting of the House Business Committee, authority was given to prepare a supplementary order paper which the clerk has prepared, the Speaker has approved for circulation, and is now available to you. Clerk. So call it out. Okay, clerk.
Order number 11, the Higher Education Loans Board Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 58 of 2022, second reading.
Joyce Kamene, is she in the house?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Joyce Kamene, you may start moving, but at some point I will interrupt you to deal with the issue that we adjourned the House about before you carry on.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I wish to move the amendment on the Higher Education Loans Board Amendment Bill, number 58 of 2022. Honorable Speaker, the principal object of this bill is to amend the Higher Education Loans Board Act, number 3 of 1995, to address a specific challenge faced by some of the young students, those who have not yet attained the age of 18 years and, as such, are ineligible to apply for higher education loans under the current legal framework. However, Article 27(4) of the Constitution 2010 on equality and freedom from discrimination outlines that the state shall not discriminate directly or indirectly against any person on any grounds, including age. Honorable, the bill expressly provides that the Higher Education Loans Board shall not deny a loan to a student who has not attained the age of 18 years. This provision recognizes that many students complete
Joyce, for the record, you should have started by saying, Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to move, then you read your bill, be now read a second time. Then you go on with the good things you are saying.
Mr. Speaker, Honorable Speaker, I wish to move.
I beg to move.
I beg to move the bill for the second time.
Read the whole bill. I beg to move that the Higher Education Loans Board Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 58 of 2022, be now read a second time.
I beg to move that the Higher Education Loans Board Amendment Bill of number 58 of 2022 be read for the second time. Honorable Speaker, the principal object of this bill is to amend the Higher Education Loans Board Act number 3 of 1995 to address a specific challenge faced by our young students, those who have not yet attained the age of 18 years, and as such are eligible to apply for higher education loans under the current legal framework. However, Article 27(4) of the Constitution 2010 on equality and freedom from discrimination outlines that the state shall not discriminate directly or indirectly against any person on any grounds, including age. Honorable Speaker, the bill expressly provides that the Higher Education Loans Board shall not deny a loan to a student who has not attained the age of 18 years. This provision recognizes that many students complete their secondary education early and deserve the same opportunities for financial support to their older peers. Honorable Speaker, the students under the age of 18, the bill introduces the requirement that their parents or guardians must be co-signatories to the loans agreement. This ensures that there is legal responsibility and accountability for the loan, protecting both the student and the board, while allowing access to loan for eligible students. Honorable Speaker, Article 43(1)(f) of the Constitution of Kenya on economic and social rights states that every person has a right to education. This guarantees every person the right to education. By removing age-related barriers to accessing higher education loans, the bill seeks to enhance this right, ensuring that all students, regardless to age, have an equal opportunity to access financing to their university education. Honorable Speaker, in addition, Vision 2030 aims to transform Kenyans into middle income country by enhancing access to education and ensuring an educated workforce capable for driving economic development. By removing barriers for students under 18, the bill supports Vision 2030's goal for increasing access to higher education and producing a skilled, competitive workforce. Honorable Speaker, the amendment is also crucial in allowing students who have not yet received their national identification cards to still apply for higher education loans. This removes a significant barrier for many students and ensures that every eligible student can pursue higher education regardless to their age or ID status. Honorable Speaker, this bill ensures that all students, regardless to age, have equal access to financial resources. They do not need further, that they need to further their education. it prevents an exclusion for young, bright students who may complete their studies earlier than expected. Honorable Speaker, it is worth noting that many students are excelling in their studies and completing secondary school before the age of 18 years. They should not be penalized for their academic success by being denied access to financial aid. This amendment will ensure that the system recognizes and supports their efforts. Honorable Speaker, moreover, the amendment strengthens HELB's mandate by adapting the policies to better service for changing educational landscape, ultimately enhancing the effectiveness and relevance of National Students' Loans Program. Honorable Speaker, I conclude this amendment is essential in ensuring fairness and inclusivity in our education system. It addresses a long-standing gap and ensures that every deserving student, regardless to age, has access to financial support for their education. It may be said it has been said times without that education is an equalizer. I urge members of this House to support this bill and ensure swift passage for the benefit of our young students and the future of our education system. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move and request Honorable Ounda to second.
Honorable
Oundo.
Thank you. Order, Honorable Oundo. Order, members. Honorable Oundo, hold your horses.
Okay.
Take your seat. Order, honorable members. Honorable members will hold the bill at order number 11 that has been moved by the distinguished member from Machakos County, Honorable Kamene. Oundo, you'll second after we dispose of order number 12 on the supplementary order paper. Honorable members will proceed as follows. When order number 12 on the order paper, the supplementary order paper is read, the Speaker will give some short ruling on the points of order that were raised by several members this morning. Thereafter, you will have the division bell rung to call you to order for the vote. The House Business Committee has directed that voting will be by electronic process. Those of you who may not have your cards will be required to register with the clerks at the table so that everybody is voted. After the vote is cast and the results announced to the House, then we'll open to a few members who may wish to comment on the nominee that has been processed through the House. So call out order number 12.
Order number 12, voting on the nomination of Professor Kithure Kindiki, EGH, to fill the vacancy in the office of the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya.
Thank you, honorable members. Honorable members, I have a communication to make. on the nomination of Professor Kithure Kindiki, EGH, to fill the vacancy in the office of the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya. Honorable members, you will recall that earlier this morning at the commencement of the sitting, I notified the House of the receipt of a message from His Excellency the President nominating Professor Kithure Kindiki, EGH, to fill the vacancy in the office of the Deputy President pursuant to Article 149 of the Constitution. You will further recall, Mutuse, take your seat. Gagusha, take a seat. Honorable members, you may further recall that upon notification of the House, several members rose in their places and raised a number of issues for my guidance. The members who spoke included Honorable Robert Bukose, Honorable Mboka Milemba, Honorable Emmanuel Wangwe, Honorable Samuel Chepkonga, Honorable Jen Gakiri, Honorable Wanami Wamboka, and others. In this regard, I convened a meeting of the House Business Committee for the purpose of deliberating on the next steps to be taken by the House on this matter and guiding the House on the issues raised by the members. Honorable members, I've distilled the issues raised by the members as follows. 1, whether Article 149(1) of the Constitution envisages an approval process in the manner contemplated by the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act, Cap 7F. 2, whether the House shall conduct public participation in voting on the nomination under Article 149(1) of the Constitution. 3, whether the members shall be required to debate on the nomination under Article 149(1) of the Constitution. And 4, the timelines envisaged under Article 149(1) of the Constitution. And 5, the threshold for voting on the nomination under Article 149(1) of the Constitution. Honorable members, permit me to examine each of the issues that have been raised. The first, on whether Article 149(1) of the Constitution envisages an approval process in the manner contemplated by the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act. It's noteworthy that the Article 149(1) of the Constitution provides as follows, and I quote, within 14 days after vacancy in the office of the Deputy President arises, the President shall nominate a person to fill the vacancy and the National Assembly shall vote on the nomination within 60 days after receiving it. From a reading of Article 149(1) of the Constitution, it's expressly provided that the National Assembly shall vote on the nomination within 60 days after receiving it. The drafters of the Constitution distinguish the language used in Article 149(1) of the Constitution by expressly providing that the House is required to vote and not approve the nomination. Indeed, this is to be distinguished from the provisions of Article 132(4) of the Constitution, which provides that the President shall nominate and, with the approval of the National Assembly, appoint and may dismiss the Cabinet Secretaries in accordance with Article 152, the Attorney General in accordance with Article 156, the Secretary of the Cabinet in accordance with Article 154, Principal Secretaries in accordance with Article 155, and High Commissioners, Ambassadors, and Diplomatic and Consular Representatives. Members at the bar, take the nearest seats. Honourable members, in this regard, for all the state officers that I have just highlighted, the House is required to approve their nomination by the President. However, in respect to the Deputy President, Article 149(1) of the Constitution expressly provides that the House is required to vote on the nomination. It is noteworthy that the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act applies where an appointment under the Constitution or any other law requires an approval of the House. Consequently, noting Article 149(1) of the Constitution requires the House to take a vote on the nomination, the approval process envisaged under the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act does not apply in this case. The House will therefore adopt the precedent it has set on this matter, and this settles that point. Honourable members, the second issue was whether the House shall conduct public participation in voting on the nomination under Article 149(1) of the Constitution. As stated earlier, Article 149(1) of the Constitution requires the House to take a vote on the nomination of Professor Kithure Kindiki, EGH, to fill the vacancy in the office of the Deputy President, which is essentially an election. Honourable members, you will recall that the practice of the House, whenever it is confronted with an obligation to vote on the matter as relates to an election, the instances include election of the Speaker, the Deputy Speaker, under Articles 106 of the Constitution, the members of the East African Legislative Assembly and the Pan-African Parliament, for which the House is required to vote on nominations of members to hold such positions. The practice of the House in these instances is that the House has always proceeded directly to vote without public participation. To this end, to the extent that Article 149(1) of the Constitution contemplates the House to vote upon receiving the nomination, the requirement for public participation is not applicable in this case. This settles the second issue. Honourable members, on the third issue relating to whether members shall be allowed to debate on the nomination, is noteworthy that having determined the vote contemplated under Article 149(1) of the Constitution is an election, no debate arises on a matter of election. Indeed, you will recall that in the case of the election of a Speaker of this House and the members of the East African Legislative Assembly, no debate arises. This settles that third issue. The fourth issue, honourable members, is the issue on timelines envisaged under Article 149(1) of the Constitution. You'll observe that the Article 149 of the Constitution defines the period within which the President is required to nominate a person to fill the vacancy in the office of the President, office of the Deputy President, which is within 14 days after vacancy in the office of the Deputy President arises. The National Assembly is then required to vote on the nomination within 60 days after receiving it. Honourable members, from the foregoing, Article 149(1) of the Constitution defines the maximum period within which the President and the National Assembly are required to act. To this end, the President can nominate a person to fill the vacancy for the first day, from the first day of the vacancy arises up to the 14th day. On its part, the National Assembly is required to vote on any day from the first day it receives a nomination up to the 60th day after receipt of the nomination. Consequently, the nomination of Professor Kithure Kindiki, EGH, and the vote the House is required to take today on the nomination is within the constitutional timeline provided for in Article 149(1) of the Constitution. This settles that fourth issue. The fifth and final issue that was raised was guidance on the threshold for voting under Article 149 of the Constitution. It is noteworthy that Article 149(1) of the Constitution has not defined or provided for the threshold for voting for the nomination of a person to fill the vacancy of the office of the Deputy President. Article 122(1) of the Constitution provides that, except as otherwise provided in the Constitution, any question proposed for decision in either House of Parliament shall be determined by a majority of the members in that House present and voting. Consequently, the threshold for voting on the nomination of Professor Kithure Kindiki, EGH, is a majority of the members in this House present and voting, as provided for in Article 122(1) of the Constitution. that final issue is also settled. Honorable members, in summary, therefore, I wish to guide the House as follows. 1, that Article 149 of the Constitution requires the House to take a vote on the nomination of Professor Kithure Kindiki, EGH, to fill the vacancy in the office of the Deputy President. 2, and in this regard, the House will be guided by its previous precedents whenever it's called upon to take a vote on a matter as it relates to the election of the Speaker, the Deputy Speaker, and members of IALA and Pan-African Parliament. 3, that no debate arises on a matter that the House is required to take a vote. 4, that the nomination of Professor Kithure Kindiki, EGH, and the vote the House is required to take on the nomination is within the constitutional timeline provided for in Article 149(1) of the Constitution. 5, that the House Business Committee has resolved that the vote contemplated under Article 149(1) of the Constitution be taken today during this sitting of the House. 6, that the threshold for voting on the nomination of Professor Kithure Kindiki, EGH, is a majority of the members in the House present and voting as provided for in Article 122(1) of the Constitution. The House is therefore accordingly guided and may now proceed to take the vote. Clerk, can you ring the division bell for 5 minutes? Yes, Wanjala? Wanjala?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. As you have rightly said, that we will take a vote. But, Mr. Speaker, this House recognizes 3 types of voting. There is acclamation, there is direct digital voting, and then there is a vote we take by reading out the names.
Roll call.
Roll call, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
And, Mr. Speaker, when I sit in this House, we are in concurrence that Professor Kindiki is the man, is the Deputy President. Why don't we just, so that we go home, some of us want to take flights, why don't we just vote by acclamation?
Roko?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Article 149, protect me, Mr. Speaker.
Go on, I'm listening.
Article 149 of our Constitution, Section 1, as you have rightly pointed, that the National Assembly shall vote on the nomination of the nominated Deputy President. Mr. Speaker, the mood of the House is that there is no objection whatsoever as far as nomination of Professor Kindiki is concerned. Yes, we are ready with our cards to vote electronically, but Mr. Speaker, we seek your ruling and indulgence so that we can go by acclamation and we solve the matter once and for all. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order, honorable members. Yes, Senior Counsel. Senior Counsel Otiende. Give Otiende a moment.
Thank you. Honorable Speaker, honorable members, I know this is a serious moment in history. It is also a constitutional moment. I wholly agree with the Honorable Wanjala, Honorable Ruku, in terms of the mood of the House. However, Mr. Speaker, there are things we need to do for the record, not just for ourselves. Even as we speak, this whole process is being challenged in court. We need not allow any gap, because so far, from the start to now, we have not allowed any gap. Let us not be in a rush to allow a gap. I beseech members, let us vote electronically. It does not take time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, let's not open debate on this. Electronic voting takes less than 5 minutes. I'm sure you know this. So since the House is nearly full, let's have the division bell rung for just 5 minutes, Then we draw the bar, you log in, and we call out the vote. And the majority leader and minority leader nominate one person each to act as tellers. Then with those who don't have cards, I said, you record at the table with the clerks.
You're watching live pictures from the National Assembly, where members of parliament are preparing to vote for the nomination of Professor Kithure Kindiki to fill the vacancy in the Deputy President's office. Professor Kithure Kindiki is currently serving as the Cabinet Secretary for Interior and National Administration, a role he has held since October 2022, with a brief hiatus between the 11th July 2024 and 8th of August 2024, when the President dissolved his cabinet. As the Cabinet Secretary for Interior and National Administration, Honorable Kindiki has led and overseen achievement of various milestones and reforms, including the Police Equipment Modernization Program, significantly enhancing the capabilities of Kenya's security services, finalization of a strategic framework to commence implementation of police reforms recommended by the Honorable Justice David Maraga Task Force, as well as abolishment of the previous vetting processes for issuance of national identity cards, recognition of minority groups and stateless communities, ensuring they receive Kenyan citizenship and associated rights, and operationalization of the Public Benefit Organizations Act. These are some of the achievements of Professor Kithure Kindiki as the Cabinet Secretary for Interior. Prior to his appointment to the Cabinet, Professor Kindiki served as the elected senator for Tharaka Nithi County from 2013, in which time he also served as the Deputy Speaker of the Senate, as well as the Majority Party Leader in the Senate. In his role as Senate Majority Leader, he spearheaded the legislative agenda of the Majority Party in the Senate and served as the leader of the Majority Party. As Senate Deputy Speaker, Professor Kindiki deputized the Senate Speaker in presiding over sittings and debates in the House of Senate and enforcing rules of procedure and parliamentary processes. Honorable Kindiki also conducted oversight roles, governance of counties, and participated in law-making on matters affecting counties. As an advocate of the High Court of Kenya with legal experience spanning over 24 years, Honorable Kindiki was consulted for international organizations, including the World Trade Organization's WTO, the African Union, the Intergovernmental Authority on Development IGAD, the United Nations, and UN specialized agencies such as the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees UNHCR and United Nations Development Program UNDP, and practice as defense counsel at the International Criminal Court at The Hague. Honorable Kindiki has also taught law and held various administrative positions at Moi University School of Law and the University of Nairobi School of Law. He began his career as an assistant lecturer in law at Moi University immediately upon graduating with an undergraduate degree in law. He then joined the University of Nairobi as a lecturer after graduating with a PhD in international law, where he quickly rose to the head of Department of Public Law at the young age of 33 years, and then to position of Associate Dean at the age of 35. Professor Kindiki was later promoted to the post of Associate Professor of Law at Kenyatta University. He has authored 35 publications, chapters, and articles in local and international peer-reviewed journals. Honorable Kindiki holds a Bachelor of Law degree from Moi University, a postgraduate diploma in law from the Kenya School of Law, a Master's of Law degree, and a doctorate in international law from the University of Pretoria in South Africa. His professional affiliations include membership of the Academic Council on the United Nations System, the International Association for the Study on Forced Migration, the International Commission of Juries, the East African Law Society, and the Law Society of Kenya, LSK.
Take your seats. Sergeant, you may now draw the bar. Close the bar, sorry. And of course, lock the door for purpose of voting. Order, honorable members. Order, honorable members. Can I have a feel on how many members don't have their cards? Not many. I request respectfully members who don't have their cards to come to where civil servants sit, where they come to this house, on both sides. And you can go to either side, it doesn't matter, but get in there. Sergeant, give them way. Ingia huko. Yes. Get to this side, honorable members without cards. You can even spill to the back, no problem. You will be called. Catherine, if you have no card, move in. Yes. Member for Gatundu. Member for Gatundu, complete your journey where you're going. Order, honorable members. Move this side. Eva Barra, you also don't have your card. Come this side. Now, honorable members, the question we are voting on is on the nomination of Professor Kithure Kindiki, EGH, to fill the vacancy in the office of the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya. That is the question. Now log in. Take out your cards. Take out your cards. Log in. Dara, we are right? Not yet. Tungoje wakurugenzi wa mitambo. Catherine, you have your card? Yes, yes, I card. Yes. Who are the tellers? They're not tellers. Okay. Order. Katana, what is the problem? Tunangojea wakurugenzi wa mitambo. Jora, are we ready? Okay. Are we? Yes. It's not work. Then you join this. Okay, members. Members who have logged in now vote. Then you will record here. That's all. Yes. Order members, don't interfere with your cards so that the system can record and count as you vote. Hold. End of voting. Vote now. Order. Joro, what's the problem? Order, members. Let's repeat. Log out. And your rules require that you vote in silence. Log out. Log in. Once you've logged in, just hold until you are told vote now. Don't vote yet. Is it malfunctioning? Kirui, is it malfunctioning? Clerk. She's registering. They can proceed to log in now. Is it working? You're okay? You have a problem? Vote now. Vote now. Vote now. The IT man, what's the problem? Let's try one more chance. Then if it doesn't, we explore different opportunities. Vote now. Member for Kisumu, you have voted. You remain where you are. Eh? Pardon? Yes, it's done. Order, members. Order. So you remain in your seats. When the voting is going on, you remain in your seats. The three ladies go back. What's the problem? Now, for the members who didn't have their cards, you will pass one by one, and they will tick against your name. You've already voted here. Oh, very good. And yourself? You have voted? Oh, you are voting? Okay. If you have voted, take your seats. Those whose equipment malfunctioned can come to the desk here and report to the clerk. Eh? Okay, okay. On the screen, but very many of you are voting manually, so you are not one of the 155.
Good afternoon. You're watching live pictures from the floor of the National Assembly, where members are currently voting on the nomination of Professor Kithure Kindiki to fill the vacancy in the Deputy President's office. The professor was nominated today by the President to fill up that position, which fell vacant following the removal from office of the previous holder. And Professor Kindiki is currently serving as the Cabinet Secretary for Interior and National Administration, a role he has held since October 2022, albeit also for a small or a brief hiatus between July 11th and August 8th, 2024. The Cabinet Secretary for Interior and National Administration has served under different capacities, among them the Deputy Speaker of the Senate, the Senator for THEREPORTERKE County, and is currently serving as the Interior Cabinet Secretary. As an advocate of the High Court of Kenya with legal experience spanning over 24 years, Professor Kindiki has consulted for various international organizations, among them WTO, that is the World Trade Organization, the African Union, the Intergovernmental Authority on Development, the United Nations, and UN specialized agencies such as the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees and United Nations Development Program UNDP, and practiced as defense counsel at the International Criminal Court at The Hague. He has also taught law and held various administrative positions at Moi University School of Law and the University of Nairobi School of Law. He began his career as an assistant lecturer in law at Moi University, immediately upon graduating with an undergraduate degree in law. He then joined the University of Nairobi as a lecturer after graduating with a PhD in international law, where he quickly rose to the head of Department of Public Law at the age of 33 years, and then to position of Associate Dean at the age of 35. Professor Kindiki was later promoted to the post of Associate Professor of Law at the Kenyatta University. He has authored 35 publications, including books, book chapters, and articles in local and international peer-reviewed journals. Honorable Kindiki holds a Bachelor of Laws degree from Moi University, a postgraduate diploma in law from the Kenya School of Law, a Master of Law degree, and a doctorate or PhD in international law from the University of Pretoria in South Africa. His professional affiliations include memberships to the Academic Council on the United Nations System, the International Association for the Study on Forced Migration, the International Commission of Jurists, the East African Law Society, and the Law Society of Kenya. In a couple of
Honorable members, take your seats. Stop what you are doing, clerk. Honorable members, Hassan. Order, honorable members. Honorable members, taking the cue from the submission of Senior Counsel Tienda Molo, whatever you do, must be a record, must be impeccable, and must speak for itself. I'm advised by the clerk that the electronic voting system is malfunctioning, and that even after you voted, the numbers are adjusting themselves upwards and downwards. Consequently, I direct that that vote electronically is cancelled and annulled, and we'll do a roll call vote. Clerk, majority and minority leader, give me one teller each. Bukose? And who else? Bukose and Junet? Who?
Myself.
Okay. Bring to who? Zamzam? Yes. And who else? One more. Who? Owino. Martin. Okay, honorable members, once again, the vote is on the nomination of Professor Kithure Kindiki, EGH, to fill the vacancy of the office of the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya. Clerk, you can start. Remain in your seats, remain silent. We can do this very quickly.
You ready? Tell us what you say. Ready? 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 Ainabkoi, Chepkonga Kiprono Samuel. Ainamoi, Langat Benjamin Kipkurui. Ainamoi, Langat Benjamin Kipkurui. Not present. Aldai, Kitani Marian Jebet. Alego Usonga, Atandi Samuel. Alego Usonga, Atandi Samuel. Awendo, Owino John Walter. Bahati, Mrembo Irene Joki. Balambala, Shurie Abdi Omar. Baringo County, Sergon Florence Jamatia. Baringo Central, Joshua Kandie. Baringo North, Makilap Joseph.
Yes.
Baringo South, Charles Cameron. Belgut, Nelson Koech. Bobasi, Innocent Obiri. Bobasi, Innocent Obiri. Bobasi, Innocent Obiri. Bamachoke Borabu, Obadia Nolfason. Barongo. Bomachoke Chache, Alpha Miruka Ondieki. Bomet County, Chepkorir Linet. Bomet Central, Richard Kilel. Bomet East, Richard Yegon. Bonchari, Charles Onchoke. Bonchari, Charles Onchoke. Bondo, Gideon Ochanda. Bondo, Gideon Ochanda. Borabu, Patrick Osero. Budalangi, Sauti Bita Wanjala. Bumula, Nelson Jack Wamboka. Bumula, Nelson Jack Wamboka. Bungoma County, Catherine Nanjala Wabilianga. Bungoma County, Catherine Nanjala Wabilianga. Bura, Ado Kuno Yakub. Bura, Ado Kuno Yakub. Bureti Kibet Komingoi Kirui. Busia County, Catherine Omanyo. Butere Nicholas Tindi Mwale. Nicholas Tindi Mwale. Butula Joseph Oyula. Butula Joseph Oyula. Buri Muruidhania Rindikiri Mugambi. Central Imenti Moses Nguchine. Changamwe Omar Mwinyi. Chopalungu Victor Koech. Chopalungu Victor Koech. Cherangani Patrick Simiu Barasa. Chesume Paul Biego. Chuka Iganga Ngombe Ntwiga Patrick. Dadab Farama Alim. Dagoretti North Beatrice Elachi. Dagoretti South John Carrier. Eldama Ravine Musa Sirma. Eldas Adan Kenan. Elgeyo Marakwet County Jepto Ngelechei. Embakasi Central Major Dong Gadiro Benjamin. Embakasi Central Major Dong Gadiro Benjamin. Embakasi East Babu Owino. Embakasi East Babu Owino. Embakasi North James Gakuya. Embakasi North James Gakuya. Embakasi South Julius Mawade. Julius Mawade. Embakasi West Mark Samuel Mwenje Mureithi. Mark Samuel Mwenje Mureithi. Embu County Double N Pamela Njoki. Mgwen Lelmengit Joseph Kipto. Mgwen Lelmengit Joseph Kipto. Emuhaya Omboko Milemba. Emurodikil Johanna Ngeno. Endebes Pukose Doctor. Fafi Farah Sala Yakub. Funyula, Wilberforce Oundo Ojambo. Galole, Said Buya Hiribai. Galole, Said Buya Hiribai. Said Poster. Ganze, Kenneth Charo Tungule. Charo, Kenneth Charo Tungule. Garissa County, Udgon Amina. Garissa Township, Major Deko Baro. Garsen, Ali Wario Guyo. Garsen, Ali Wario Guyo. Gatanga, Mureu Wakili. Gatondo North, Njoroge Kururia. Gatondo North, Njoroge Kururia.
Yes, Kupapule, yes.
Gatondo South, Gabriel Kagombe. Gatondo South, Gabriel Kagombe. Gem, Elisha Odhiambo. Gechugu, Robert Gedenji, Gechimu. Gilgil, Mother Wangari. Githunguri, Gadhoni wa Muchomba. Githunguri, Gadhoni wa Muchomba. Hamisi Charles Gimose. Hamisi Charles Gimose. Homa Bay County, Bensuda Joyce Otieno. Homa Bay Town, George Peter Kaluma. Igembe Central, Daniel Kili Karido. Igembe North, Taitumu Munaiba Julius. Igembe South, John Paul Mwirigi. Ijara, Abdi Ali. Ikolomani, Bernard Shinali Masaka. Isiolo County, Mumina Bonaya. Isiolo North, Joseph Samal. Isiolo South, Tubi Bidu Mohammed. Tubi Bidu Mohammed. Jomvu Badibadi Twalib. Jomvu Badibadi Twalib. Juja Koimbori George. Juja Koimbori George. Kabete Gidua wa Mashukuru. Kabondo Kasipul Ivo Bara. Kabuchai Joseph Kalasinga. Kabuchai Joseph Kalasinga. Kacheliba Lote Titus. Kacheliba Lote Titus. Kaiti Joshua Kimilu. Kaiti Joshua Kimilu. Kajiado County Lea Sankaire. Kajiado Central Elijah Memusi. Elijah Memusi. Kajiado East Kakuta Maimai. Kajiado North Ngogoyo Onesimus. Ngogoyo Onesimus. Kajiado South, Parashina Samuel Sakimba. Kajiado South, Parashina Samuel Sakimba. Kajiado West, Sunkuya George. Kakamega County, Elsie Muhanda. Kaloleni, Paul Katana. Paul Katana. Kamukonji, Abdi Yusuf. Kandara, Njogona Chege. Kandara, Njogona Chege. Kandui, John Makali. Kangema, Peter Kihongi. Kangema, Peter Kihongi. Kagundo, Fabian Chule. Fabian Chule. Kapenguria, Samuel Moroto. Kapsaret, Oscar Sudi. Karachuonyo, Andrew Okwome. Kasarani, Karauri Ronald. Karauri Ronald. Kasipul, Charles Were. Kadhiani, Robert Mbui. Keio North, Adams Kipsanai. Keio South, Gideon Kimayo. Kericho County, Beatrice Kemei. Keses, Julius Ruto Kipleting. Wisero, Christopher Aseka Wangaya. Kiamba, John Jogona Kawanjiku. Kawanjiku. Kiambu, John Machua. Kiambu County, Ann Wamuratha. Kibra, Peter Orero. Kibwezi East, Jessica Mbalu. Jessica Mbalu. Kibwezi West, Mwengi Ekomas Mutuse. Kieni, Njoroge Wainaina. Kigumo, Joseph Munyoro. Kiharu, Kiharu, Samson Dindi Nyoro. Samson Dindi Nyoro. Kikuyu, Kimani Ichungwa. Kikuyu, Kimani Ichungwa. Kikuyu, Kimani Ichungwa.
Kilgoris, Sunkuli Julius Lekaken. Kilgoris, Sunkuli Julius Lekaken. Kilifi, yeah. Kilifi, Mwanyanje Gertrude Mbeyu. Kilifi North, Baya Owenya. Kilifi South, Kiti Richard Ken Chonga. Kilome, Thaddeus Kithua Zambia. Kimilili Mutua Didmas Wekesa Baraza. Kiminini Bisau Morris Kakai. Kinango Rai Samuel Gonzi. Kinango Tuku Zakari Kwenya. Kipipiri Wanjiko Mohia. I repeat, Tuku Zakari Kwenya. Thank you. Kipipiri Wanjiko Mohia. Kipkelion East Joseph Kimutai Cherorot. Kipkelion West Hilary Kiplangat Koske. Kirinyaga Jane Jerry Maina. Kirinyaga Central Joseph Gashoki Getari. Kisauni Rashid Juma Bedzimba. Kisii Donya Doris Aburi. Okay. Kisumu Ruth Odhiambo Odinga Busia. Kisumu Central Joshua Odongo Oron. Kisumu East Shakil Ahmed Shabir Ahmed. Kisumu West Rosa Akinyi Buyu. Kitui Irene Mudhoni Kasalu. Kitui Central Makali Benson Mulu. Kitui East Nimrod Mbithuka Mbai. Kitui Rural David Mwalika Mboni. Kitui South Rachel Kaki Nyamai. Kitui West Edith Vethi Nyenze. Kitui Chache North Nyakundi Jafeth Mokae. Kitutu Chache South Anthony Kibagendi. Kitutu Masaba Clive Ombane Gisairo. Konoin Brighton Leonard Yegon. Kureso North Mutai Alfred Kibrono. Kureso South Please repeat. Can I repeat? Kureso is North Mutai Alfred Kibrono. Thank you. Kureso South Joseph Kipkoske Tanui. Kuria East Maisori Marwa Kitayama Kemero. Kuria West Matthias Nyamabe Robi. Kwale Fatuma Hamisi Masito. Kwanza Ferdinand Kevin Wanyonyi. Lafe Abdirahman Mohammed Abdi. Lagdera Abdikadir Hussein Muhammad. Laikipia Jane Wangeshi Kagiri. Laikipia East Festus Mwangi Kionjori. Laikipia North Sarah Paulata Korere. Laikipia West Stephen Washira Karani. Laisamis Joseph Lekuton. Lamu Monica Mudhoni Marufu. Lamu East Ruwaida Mohamed Obo. Lamu West Mudamas Stanley Moirori. Langata Felix Odiwor Kode. Lari Joseph Buruka Hangara. Likoni Mishi Juma Hamisi Mboko. Likuyani Innocent Maino Mugabe. Likuyani. Okay. Limuru John Keragu Chege. Okay. Loima Protas Ewesit Akuja. Luanda Dick Maungu Oyugi. Lugari, yeah, he did. Yeah, he said yes. Okay. So do we repeat? Yes. Dick Maungu Oyugi, Luanda, okay. Nabi Nabwera Daraja, Lugari. Okay. Lunga Lunga, Mangale Munga Chiforomondo. Lurambi Titus Hamala Mukwana. Mara Japheth. Yeah, Lurambi Titus Hamala Mukwana. Okay. Japheth Miriti Kareke Mbuki Mara. Kamene Joyce Machakos. Machakos Town, Caleb Mutiso Mule. Okay. Makadara, George Aladwa Omwera.
Yes, Aladwa.
Makueni, Susan Dunge Kiamba. Makueni, Rose Museo Mumo. Malava, Moses Malulu Injendi. Malindi, Amina Laura Mnyazi. Mandera North, Bashir Sheikh Abdullahi.
Yes, we have.
Mandera, Sheikh Umulkhair Kasim. Mandera East, Hussein Waitan Muhammad Abdirahman. Okay. Mandera South, Abdul Ibrahim Haro. Mandera West, Adan Haji Yusuf. Manyata, John Gitonga Mwaniki Mukunji. Maragua, Mary Wamaua Waidera Njoroge. Okay. Marakwet East, David Kangogo Bowen. Okay. Okay.
Order. Order, members. Order. Member for Kisumu. Order. 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 Order, order. Rosabuyu. Order. Wamaua, vote. Call Wamaua.
Okay. I will move to Marakwet West. Timothy Kipchumba Toroitich. I will repeat, Timothy Kipchumba Toroitich.
Order, Rosabu, you are out of order. Order. Obawa, just sit down. Order. Go on, Kiroi.
Timothy Kipchumba Toroitich, Marakwet West. Marsabit, Wako Naomi Jilo. Okay, I repeat, Marakwet West.
Order, Lillian Kogo. Order. Lillian. Order. Lillian Kogo, take your seat. Take your seat. Order. Go on.
Marakwet East, David Kangogo Bowen. Thank you. Marakwet West, Timothy Kipchumba Toroitich. Marsabit, Naomi Jilo Wako.
Order, Lillian Kogo. Order.
Masinga, Joshua Mbidi Mutua Malio.
Yes.
Matayos Odanga Geoffrey Makoha. Madare Olwoch Anthony Tom. Madioa Gishuki Edwin Mugo. Madira Kahugu Eric Mwangi. Madhioya Edwin Mugo Gishuki.
Madhioya is there, yes.
Okay. Madira Eric Mwangi Kahugu. Thank you. Matuga Kasim Sawa Tandaza. Matungu Peter Oscar Nabulindo. Matungulu Stephen Mutinda Mule. Mavoko Patrick Makao Kingola. Mbere North Geoffrey Kariuki Kiringa. Mbere South Bernard Muriuki Nebat. Mboni Nzioka Erastus Kevasu. Mboni Nzioka Erastus Kevasu. Okay. Meru Elizabeth Karambu Kailemia. Karambu Kailemia Meru. Migori Muhammad Fatuma Zainab. Mogotio Ruben Kiborek. Moiben Phyllis Chepkemo Barto. Molo Francis Kuria Kemani. Mombasa Zamzam Muhammad Chimba. Mosop Abraham Kipsang Kirwa. Moyale Guyo Wako Jalesa. Msambweni Salim Faisal Bader. Msambweni Salim Faisal Bader. Mount Elgon Fred Kapondi Chesebe. Muhoroni James Onyango Oyo. Mukurweini Kagusha John Philip Geshohi. Mumias East Peter Kalerwa Salasia. Mumias West Johnson Manya Naika. Muranga Betty Njeri Maina. Mvita Mohamed Sud Machele. Mwala Musau Vincent Musioka. Mwatate Peter Mbogo Shake. Mwea Mary Maingi. Mwingi Central Gideon Mutemi Muliungi. Mwingi North Paul Musimi Nzengu. Mwingi West Charles Ngusia Nguna. Nairobi City Esther Mudhoni Pasaris. Naivasha Jane Wanjiru Njeri Kihara. Nakuru Liza Chepkori Chelule. Nakuru Town East David Gikaria. Nakuru Town West Samuel Arama. Nambale Mulanya Geoffrey Ekesa. Nambale Mulanya Geoffrey Ekesa. Nandi Cynthia Chepkoske Muge. Nandi Hills Bernard Kibor Kitur. Narok Rebecca Nonaishi Tonke. Narok East Lemanken Aramat. Narok North Agnes Mantaine Pareyo. Narok South Olentutu Kitilai. Okay. Narok West Gabriel Koshal Tongoyo. Navaholo Emmanuel Wangwe. Ndaragwa George Gashagwa. Ndiwa Martin Peters Owino.
I vote yes.
Ndia George Masharia Kariuki. Njoro Charity Katambi Chepkwany. North Hor, Ade Wario Guyo. North Imenti, Rahim Dawood Abdul. North Mogrango, Joash Nyamache Nyamoko. Nyakach, Owor Joshua Aduma Owor. Nyakach. Nyali, Muhammad Ali. Nyamira, Jerusha Momanyi Mongina. Nyandarua, Faith Waire Mogitau. Nyando, Okelo Jared Odoyo. Jared Okelo Odoyo. Nyaribari Chache. Tayari amevote. Nyaribari Chache, Janda Zahir. Nyaribari Masaba, Daniel Ogwoka Manduku. Nyatike, Tombo ya Odege. Nyeri, Rahab Mokami Washira. Nyeri Town, Duncan Maina Madenge. Oljororok, Michael Mwangi Mushira. Olkalau, David Juguna Kiaraho. Odaya, Michael Wambogo Wainaina. Pokot South, David Losiakao Kosing. Rabai, Mupe Anthony Kenga. Rangwe, Lilian Achiengogo. Rarieda, Paul Rangwe, Gogo Lilian Achien. Thank you. Rarieda, Paul Otienda Molo. Rongai, Paul Kibet Chebor. Rongo, Paul Abor. Roy Sambu. Okay. Roy Sambu, Agustin Kamande Muafrika.
This way.
Ruaraka, Francis Kajwang Tom Joseph. Yes. Roido, Kengara Simon Nganga. Runyenjes, Eric Muchangi Njiru Karemba. Sabatia, Sloya Clement Logova. Saboti, Caleb Amisi Luyai. Saku, Dido Ali Raso. Samburu, Pauline Lenguris. Samburu East, Jackson Lekumontare Lentoijoni. Samburu North, Dominic Eli Letipila. Samburu West, Josephine Naisula Lesuda. Shinyalu, Frederick Lusuli Ikana. Siaya, Christine Ombako Dwor. Sigor, Peter Lochakapong. Sigowet Soin, Justice Kipsang Kemei. Sirisia, John Walukekoi. Sotik, Francis Kipiagon Arab Sige. Saudi Menti, Dr. Shadrach Mwiti Idenji. South Mogirangos, Silvanas Osoro Nyego. Soy, David Kiplagat. Starehe, Mwago Amos Maina. Suba North, Millie Grace Akoto Diambo. Suba South, Karoli Omondi. Subukia, Samuel Kinudia Gashobe. Suna East, Muhammad Junet Sheikh Nu. Suna West, Peter Francis Masara. Okay. Taita Taveta, Lydia Haika Mnene Mizige. Okay. Tana River, Amina Dika Abdullahi. Tarbaj, Hussein Abdi Bare. Taveta, John Okano Bwire. Teso North, Edward Kaunya Oku. Yes. Teso South, Mary Emase Otucho. Tetu, Geoffrey Wandeto Mwangi. Tharaka, George Getonga Murugara. Tharakanithi, Susan Nguginduyo. Thika Town, Alice Wamboi Nganga. Tiati, William Kamket Kasait. Tigania East, Lawrence Puruaburi. Tigania West, John Kanywidia Mutunga. Tinderet, Julius Melik Biwot. Tongaren, John Murumba Chikati. Trans Nzoia, Lillian Chebet Siyoy. Tarbo, Janet Chepkemboy Sitiene. Turkana, Cecilia Asinyen Nyetit. Turkana Central, Joseph Namuar Emathe. Turkana East, Nicholas Ngikor Gikolong. Turkana North, Paul Ekwom Nabuin. Turkana South, John Ariko Namoit. Turkana West, Daniel Epuyo Nanok. Wasingishu Gladys Chepkoske Boss. Ugenya David Oumochieng. Uriri Mark Ogola Nyamita. Vihiga Kevai Ernest Ogesi Kagesi. Vihiga Beatrice Kahai Adagala. Voi Hamis Chome Abdi. Wajir Fatuma Abdi Jeho.
I vote yes.
Wajir East, Aden Daoud Mohammed. Wajir North, Ibrahim Abdi Sane. Sane. Wajir South, Mohammed Aden Ado. Wajir West, Yusuf Mohammed Farah. Webuye East, Martin Pepela Wanyonyi. Webuye West, Daniel Wanyamasitati. Daniel Wanyamasitati. West Mogrango, Stephen Mogaka. West Pokot, Rael Chepkemoy Kasiwai. Westlands, Timothy Wanyonyi Wetangula. Wundanyi, Danson Mwashako Makuona. Yata, Robert Ngui Basil. Ali Abdisirat Khalif. Sabina Wanjiru Chege. Joseph Hamis Sidena. Suleka Hulbale Harun. Dorothy Mudoni Ikiara. Jackson Kipkemoy Koske. Jackson Kipkemoy Koske. Irene Nyakerario Mayaka. Umulher Harun Muhammad. Teresia Wanjiro Mwangi. Abubakar Ahmed Talib. Mara. Yeah.
Yes, America, yes.
Yeah. Okay.
And Amara.
Mara, Jafet Miriti Kareke Mbuki. Okay, we are done. Yeah.
Order, members. Is there any member who has order, Kiborek? Order. Is there any member who has not had his or her name? Honorable members, is there any member?
Yes,
Yes. Joseph Wainaina Iraya. $340. Joseph Hamisi Dana.
There is a member at the back there, the nominated member.
He's voted.
Okay. Honorable members, order, honorable members, is there any member who has not been called out on the roll call? No member.
Could the Honorable Member for Loima, Honorable Protas Ewesit Akuja, come to the front, please? Thank you.
Good afternoon. The members of parliament have been voting for the nomination of Professor Kithure Kindiki to fill the vacancy in the Deputy President's office. This voting by roll call was necessitated by the failure of the electronic system, and that roll call has been taken, and tallying of the votes is currently underway. So in a couple of moments we will get the result of the exercise that has been taking place, but just to familiarize with the standing orders on voting and divisions. Standing Order 73, roll call voting. When the Speaker directs a roll call voting to be taken, the division bell shall be rung for 10 minutes. The names of one teller for the ayes and one teller for the nays shall be submitted to the Speaker, and the Speaker shall direct the tellers to take seats at a designated place, which we saw a couple of minutes ago. At the end of 10 minutes, the Speaker shall direct the doors to be locked and the bar drawn. No member shall thereafter enter or leave the House until the roll call vote has been taken. When the doors have been locked and the bar drawn and the names of the tellers have been announced, the Speaker shall put the question again and direct the clerk to call out the names of members in alphabetical order in the presence of the tellers. When called out, each member shall thereupon rise in his or her place and declare assent or dissent to the question in the following manner: I vote yes, or I vote no, or I abstain, or use appropriate Kenya Sign Language. That is according to Standing Order 73 of the National Assembly. After the clerk has read the last name in the division list, the tellers shall present the result of the roll call vote to the Speaker, who shall thereupon announce the result of the vote to the House. So we are waiting for that process to conclude. On your screen, you can see there's that activity taking place. The tellers are standing to the left of the screen. Just in front of the Speaker is the Member of Parliament for Endebess, Honorable Dr. Robert Bukose, and the Member of Parliament for Mdewa constituency there on your screen, Honorable Owino, who is also a teller, and they are being assisted by the clerks. Standing Order 71 of the National Assembly talks about technical failure, confusion or error occurring, which we did see some minutes ago. In the event of a technical failure, confusion or error occurring in the course of voting, which in the opinion of the Speaker cannot otherwise be corrected, the Speaker may direct the House to another round of electronic voting or proceed to a roll call voting. And all that we have seen today during this historic exercise for the National Assembly, where they are considering the nomination of Professor Kithure Kindiki, EGH, to fill the vacancy in the Deputy President's office. The professor currently serves as the Cabinet Secretary for Interior and National Administration, a role he has held since October 2022. But there was a brief moment between July 11th, 2024 and August 8th, 2024, when His Excellency the President dissolved his cabinet. But the former senator for Tharaka County was reappointed to the very docket that he had served and is currently serving the country in that capacity as the Cabinet Secretary for Interior. We will see the decision that is taken by the National Assembly this afternoon.
Order, honorable members, order. Members, take your seats. Take your seats. Take your seats. Jane Kagiri, take your seats. Take your seats, members. Karemba, take your seats. Ruku. Take your seats. Take your seats.
So which one are we using?
Tell us, go to the bar. Tell us, approach the dispatch table now. Who is your team leader, Bukose?
Honorable Speaker, on the voting, abstentions 0, nays 0, ayes 236.
You have signed to the... Order, honorable members. Order. Order. Who is that member? Hillary. Take your seat. Honorable members, the vote on the nomination of Professor Kithure Kindiki to fill the vacancy in the office of the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya is as follows. Abstentions, nil. Noes, nil. Ayes, 236. Present and voting, as we had advised you earlier, the vote is overwhelmingly yes. So the nomination is herewith declared passed by the House, and the Speaker will transmit the results to the President, and the Speaker will also sign a Gazette notice to this effect, that the nominee for Deputy President has been duly voted by the House and approved. Approval is not applicable here, has been voted by the House, and therefore will transmit to the appointing authority to proceed with the appointment. He is now Deputy President-elect. Members, having finished on the issue of the Deputy President-elect, it is now 1:54 p.m. and the House will adjourn until this afternoon at 2:30. Order. If you wanted to break now, the majority leader would have approached the chair.
You've been watching the proceedings in the National Assembly, where the House has voted for the nominee to fill the position of Deputy President, and that is Professor Kithure Kindiki. That message will be transmitted to the President, and the Speaker of the National Assembly will gazette the decision of the National Assembly this afternoon. As things stand, Professor Kithure Kindiki is the Deputy President-elect. This broadcast has been brought to you by the Parliamentary Broadcasting Unit in conjunction with the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation. My name is Edward Kabasa. Good afternoon.